Hello guys, hello friends, hello fans. I'm glad to be back with you on this great and exciting project, Glovo App Clone. Did you just hear that? I mean Glovo App Clone. And if you're liking what you're hearing already, please hit the like button, subscribe, share this because it's going to be a great tutorial. Without wasting time, have you heard of Glovo App? Have you ever checked their app out? Kudos to their team of developer. It has a lot of good effects, animations, and UI interface. And I'm going to be showing you how most of these things were achieved. Without wasting time, let me take you through the demo of this project, and I'm going to take you slowly into it so that you see everything. Let's go get started. Now, if you check this is the home screen. You'll see that the header, we have the delivery icons towards the top right, and you can toggle it. You can see, so we have the one to deliver and the one we have one for free delivery. You can see the delivery method and you can toggle around it. And then we have the restaurant, we have the search bar, and let me show you the first animation they did. This is actually going to be crazy right now. It's about to get down, and when you scroll up, you can see the restaurant faded as I start scrolling up, and you see the search bar start what? It starts scrolling too. The position is changing, and see what's going to happen now. Cold. I know you're loving this. I'm going to show you how this was done in this project. You can see, and if I bring it back down, boom, and you see the restaurant is back, and then it has gone back to the primary, the default position. And if I keep scrolling, and you're going to see the promotion on the food app and the sort by will become sticky. You see, and we keep scrolling, and if I bring it down again, let's see that. You see it's back and everything is back. I know you're loving this already. And if I bring it back, this is cool. And look at the exciting future. Look at the display, beautiful. Just look at the restaurants. We have the different restaurants there. So we have the categories, and it's horizontally scrollable. And if I click on chicken, you can see it's selected it. This is beautiful. Now if I go here, you can see we have beautiful UI there. Look at the way they did all things. Kudos to them. They really did a good job. And now I'm going to quickly select the restaurant, one of the restaurants. Let's pick Chicken Republic. So if I pick Chicken Republic, cool, this is beautiful. And look at it. I'm going to scroll up, see another animation they did there. And I'm going to show you this again. See it. Just watch out for it. You can see the icon for both the go back icon and the search the share icon will start scrolling at some point. Let me bring it down, and if I scroll it up, just watch out for this. Say it's scrolling up, and see, just watch out. Cool, this is beautiful. And and you can see the menus. The menus is displayed, and then the restaurant, the information about the restaurant we are currently in is also displayed, and the menus is horizontally scrollable, and after which would display the menu items according to their menu. So you can see Chicken Republic, you can see Chicken Special, and then the menu items under it. You can see rice and the menu items under rice, and everything is showing up perfectly fine. And then when I scroll, let's scroll it again. I don't want to rush you on this. And if I take it back, just see what happens. You see the menu goes up first, and then the Chicken Republic header will go, and then we'll have the icons, and the go back icon and the share icon will come in. That's one. Another thing I want to show you is, by the time, if I keep scrolling down, and it goes beyond the position, and then it will scale the background image. So if I do that now, just look at this. This is beautiful. And if I return, it will return it too. But when I start scrolling up, it won't scale it. It remains there. I'm going to be showing you all this. And if I scroll it, see, this is beautiful. This is cool. And if I bring it back, everything is working. So if I press go back from here, it goes back. And if I use the go back from here too, it's also going back. This is beautiful. Now the next thing is, we want to add items to the cart. So we'll come here. Let's say we want to choose chief burger. So if I choose chief burger, just look at what's going to happen. Just look at it. Watch out for this. I'm going to choose chief burger. I'll press the plus icon, and as soon as I press the plus icon, cool, beautiful. As soon as I press the plus icon, you see what happened, and it's showing me, and then you can see it's showing the view cart, because we have added a product, an item to the cart, and then it's showing me the quantity. The quantity is 1, and if I add, so just watch out. Immediately I press the plus icon again. Just watch out what's going to happen. It's cool. It has increased the quantity, and it has also updated the price down there on our view cart section. at the bottom. So if I reduce it, you can see everything is working in real time. And if I reduce this again, it removes it from the cart. And when the cart is empty, you see the button is no longer showing. So if I increase it again, you can see, and it's different. The display for the item I selected, showing that I have selected something from that menu item, is different from the other one. Let me choose Chick Whiz meal, and you'll see this is beautiful. This is beautiful. And if I keep increasing it, you see it keeps updating it in real time. And if I take it out, everything working perfectly, and then this is working perfectly. Another thing they did is they have additives. So if the product has additive, it won't be added to cart. Instead, it will redirect. For example, the Big Boys combo has additives in it. So if I press it now, if I press the plus icon, just watch out what's going to happen. Boom, this is cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? So it redirected me, and then there's a pop-up so that I can select from the additives. So you can see this is beautiful. It redirected me, and then there's a pop-up so that I can add the additives, and just look at some of the animations there too. So if I come here and I'll scroll up. If I scroll up, just watch out for this again. This is beautiful, and you can see this is beautiful. If I scroll down and if I scroll up, this is beautiful, isn't it? So you can see the additives there. Look at the additives. So let's say, for example, if I choose this single party, now everything remains the same because the single party, it's part of the default price, forms the default price. But if I just watch out, if I choose double now, just watch out what's going to happen. It will toggle it, cool, and it has updated. It has updated the price, and then it has unselected. The single party is no longer selected. And if you check, so let's say if I select fried rice, so you need to select one items from here, from each of these additives. So if I choose this combo, and you see it's updating the price. If I go to spaghetti, you see, because spaghetti has no price attached to it, that means it's part of the default price. That's the benefit. And then we can add takeaway pack. If I choose add takeaway pack, look at this, is beautiful. It has added the price for the takeaway pack. And let's say if I choose 5,500, you see it's updating it. Another cool thing we can do is we can also update what the quantity we want. So if I press the plus sign, see it updated, and it has add to forward 6,800. If I reduce it, it brings it down again. This is cool, and this is beautiful. This is beautiful, isn't it? And then we can add this. When we press the add one for 3,400, then it will add it to cart. That's an exciting, great future. So without wasting time, I'm going to run you through this, and after that we'll also go to the cart. We'll get the user address using the Longitude and Latitude. I want to sincerely thank everyone who took out time to watch my previous video, my previous tutorial. I want to thank everyone who subscribed. I want to thank everyone who liked it. I want to thank everyone who also shared it. And special shout out for those that supported me. And right about now, let's go get started. Let's go get started with the project. Thank you. See you. So we're going to start now. Let's get started with the folder structure. Let's quickly go to our terminal, create a new terminal. And then here, so we'll come here, we'll say npx create expo app. So we're going to use npx create expo app, then we'll give it a name. Let's call it food app. So you can give it whichever name you deem fit. And then we're going to say expo, it's going to be expo template blank TypeScript. So this is it. So we're going to create the folder food app with this shortcode. So we'll just allow npx to create it. So cool, the project has been created. So we'll just navigate to the folder, and we called it food app. Cool, it's working. So let's open it in another VS Code window. So I'll just say code dot to open it in another window. Correct. So you can see it here. So let's close this and then come to this. So we'll be using this. So you can see we have our folder structure here. You can see the folder there. So from here, let me open the terminal. So we can start the project. So to start that, I'm going to say npx expo start. So Metro Bundler, we start the project, and cool, it has been done. So like as usual, I'm using a Windows computer with my iPhone. So I need to scan and then use my reflector 4. So you can see it's connecting to my phone. My phone is connecting to the Windows computer, so I can have it display on my phone. After which I will use a reflector 4 to display it on the screen for everybody. I already explained this in my previous tutorial. You may need to go to the e-commerce project, to get all that, so that I won't waste time. So I have the app. So the next thing I'll do now is to go to my reflector 4 here. I'm going to bring my reflector 4. And then using screen mirroring, I will go to my iPhone. From my iPhone, I'll slide it up, and from the icons there, when you slide up, you will see the screen mirroring icon. So you just need to press that, and then now that my reflector 4 is on, it will detect the desktop, the reflector 4 from my screen mirroring, and then just press it on your iPhone. So once you press it on the iPhone, a code will pop up for them to synchronize and exchange interface. You can see the code is already popping up, has popped up. Then you enter it on your phone too. So that is 1838. But if you're using a Mac computer, you don't need to go through this process. So the screen will pop up shortly. Cool. So I have my screen. Cool. So I have my screen. I can minimize this and also bring this. Let me bring it here for now. So let's create some folders that we'll need for this project. So I'm creating source. Inside source, I'll create another. Okay, let me create a file, and then index.tsx, and then inside this I'll create another folder. I'll call it screens. So we have all our screens in there. So inside our screen, we'll have all our screens. So let me create one that we will need. We'll need home screen. So home screen.tsx, we have created that. Then we'll also need navigation folder. So inside our navigation, we'll create, for this project, we're going to be using only the root navigation. If you check through Glovo app, you see they don't use bottom tabs. So we are not going to be using bottom tabs here too. So we're going to say root navigation.tsx. So we'll be using that. And also, okay, for now I think we'll just leave it here. If we need other folders, we'll create them, and other files, we'll create them. I think we can get started with this, so we can create the remaining ones later. Okay, let me create one more. We need the component folder. Let me create, we need context folder. We also need the data folder, where we will keep, that's where we'll keep our data. So let's call it data. Then we'll need a Redux. So let's create Redux folder. And then we will need a folder for the TypeScript, for our types. So let's call it types. Let's call it types check. So I think that's, for now, that's all we'll need. If we need further folders, we'll create them subsequently, so we can get started. So let's get started by installing some of the dependencies we would need. So I'll come here and say npm install. You can use yarn, it's up to you, whichever one you prefer. So I'm going to say npm install at React navigation /native, then at React navigation /native pro stack. So it has been installed. So we can go to, let me go to my package.json. So inside the package.json file, you can see it here. It's here. Yep. So see it here. So you can see it, navigation /native, navigation /native stack. So we still need other dependencies that we'll be working with. So let's just install as much as possible. So we'll need let's npm install, let's say Additives React, I think React Native vector icons. Yes, we'll need that. We'll also need Redux. So let me say Redux JS. It's called Redux JS Toolkit. We also need that. We'll need Additives. Okay, you should cover it. Additives React Native. Okay, let's just put it in case it didn't install it. But vector icon ought to install it. But we'll leave no stone unturned. Native. So Additives React Native. Then we also need React Redux. So let's make this a little smaller for now. So we need React Redux. We need a Redux persist. So let's install these ones for now. If we need other packages, dependencies, will come back and install them. But at least with these, we should be good to go. So all our dependencies have been installed. So we also need to install this. React Native no longer uses save area view. It uses React Native save area context. So let's install them too. So we'll come here and say npm install React Native. Then we also need to install React async storage, React Native async storage, React Native async. So we should be good to go. Let's try and install this once. Oh, we ran into a problem there. Storage, we didn't complete the. So storage needs E to complete it. That's where the problem came from. So let's rerun it. So you see everything has been installed successfully. So we can continue with the project. Let me enlarge the screen again. So the next thing we go into now is to start creating the navigations. In the app that we are working on, the Glovo app, they didn't use bottom tab. So we're only going to be working with the root navigator for now, since they didn't make use of a bottom tabs. So we'll get that to get started. If you want in-depth explanation on TypeScript, React Native TypeScript navigation, you can check my videos, my previous videos. I made an extensive explanation on that, so we won't waste time doing that here. So I'll just come here quickly and I'll import. Let's import React from React. So we're also going to import so let's see from art React navigation slash native, and then we're also going to import from native stack. Yep. So for now we're good to go. So I'll save that. Let's come here, export. So let's create a type for it. So let's call it root stack. Let's call it root stack params. So let's create the object. We want home screen to be the first screen. So we'll bring home here. So we'll call it, let's make it undefined for now. Then we'll keep working on the root stack params as we increase our screens. So for now, we are going to start with the home screen. So it's good to just leave only the home screen, the root name for the home screen alone. That's what we're leaving here. So I'll come here and say const, let's call it root stack. So we're going to get a create, that's what we call create native, yes, create native stack navigator. So let's import that. So we're importing that from our native stack, and then we're going to pass our object, our params to it, our root stack params to it. So root stack params will pass into this. And I will say export type. So let's create the root stack screen props. I'm going to say type of, so extend, so to be key of, yes, that way. So to be key of the root stack params. Root stack params. So we'll bring a native stack screen prop. So let me just import it here. We're going to have it from our stack. So let's just have native stack screen props, native stack screen props. Look at it here. So that's what we'll pass here, native stack screen props. Okay, I think we have an error here. It's supposed to be T key of, exactly. So that's why it's not recognizing it. So native stack screen props, you see it's working now. So native stack screen props, and then we're going to pass. We'll pass our root stack params to it. So you see it's already. Let me zoom out this. So we'll pass our root stack params, and then we'll make it generic, so we can update it later. That's it. Everything is working fine. So we'll come here to, so let's call it root navigator. Let's create the navigator stack. Like I said, if you need an in-depth explanation of this, just go to my previous video, you'll find it there. So we won't waste time here over that. I already make a separate video tutorial for React Native TypeScript navigations, so you get the in-depth information there. So we won't waste time here. So we're going to say return. So we're going to say return, and then we're going to take our root stack. So we are supposed to take our root stack dot, we're supposed to have our navigator there, yeah. So we want to do the navigator, and then we'll come in here and let's create the screen. So we want to create the home screen. That's the first screen. The screen that we want to display first is the home screen. So we need to create it here. So we'll come here and use root stack dot screen now. So it will be use stack dot screen, and this will be self-closing component this way. So the first thing, we need to pass the name. The name will be home. The home we declared here. So we need to create the component for that. If not, it won't work. So we'll come here. Let's use our TypeScript React Native snippet shortcode. So we say to create this, and then so we can import it to our root navigator. So we'll come here and call the component. The component will now be what? Home screen. You can see now, and there's no error anymore. So we also need to pass, let's get the option, and inside the option, header shown false. We want to display our own header. An option is supposed to be double, yeah. So we see header shown, make it false. We want to display our own header, and then we're good to go. And this is supposed to be a semicolon, not a colon. That's why it's throwing an error, so we no longer have any error there. So everything is fine so far. This is all we need to do. So we need to export our root navigator, so we can import it at our app.txt. So we'll come here, export default root navigator. Yes, that's it about this part. So we're good to go. So obviously we'll not be using this here now, so we can comment it out. If we need it, we'll come back to it later. So from here now, we will go to our app.tsx. Let's go and work on our app.tsx. So inside our app.tsx, we'll bring our app.tsx here, and then we don't want all this. We want to display our own information. So I'm going to get this out. We don't need it. We don't need this as well. So come here Come here and we need to import navigation container from React navigation / native. So let's see if we can bring it. If it will pop up navigation container, yes, we have it. So we've imported it, and inside our navigation container we'll pass our root navigator rather. We called it root navigator, and that's it. And it's a self-closing component. So I think for this to come up, we also need to reload our app. So let me just quickly do that. I'll quickly reload the app. Oh, and we have an error because in our home screen, we did not recognize the root component, the root navigator component there. The root name ought to change. So there's no link between the two of them. We'll come here. So we're supposed to link them together. So to do that, we'll come here and then we're going to call the root stack screen props that we declare in our root navigator. This is it. The root stack screen props. So that's where we're going to get it from. So the root stack screen props, we import it, and inside it, we are going to have our home. Cool, that's the idea, and everything is fine now. So we can have our navigation and then our route. So let's save it. So after we did this, all you need to do is to restart the server. So there's nothing wrong, everything we've done is fine. So that's why I had to bring it down, so that because once you are using Reflector 4, it won't allow you to scan these. So I had to restart the server I had to stop the server, kill the server. I use this to kill all the running server. So I restarted using npx expo start, so that our node modules here can recognize the update we made. That's all. Every other thing remains the same. I didn't change anything, and everything is working fine. And this was what we did before. Let me just show you for the benefit of doubt. So you see, I didn't change anything. It's just the same. And that's all. Then if we come to our app.tsx, I didn't change anything. It's just the same. So we'll come to our home screen now, and then let's display this home screen. So let's display the text. So to do that, I'm going to give it style. Let's style it up, and let's give it color. Let's give it color of black. Let's give it font size. Let's give it font size of 15. And then we'll come here, let's style this and give it let's give it a margin of margin top. Let's give margin top of 50. So align items. So let's make it center. So it should have you can see our home screen. Okay, let's bring align item here. Align items, center. Cool, you can see our home screen is displayed beautifully. So we have no error, everything is working fine. If I make it 23, so you can see that everything is working out fine. So let me enlarge the screen. So we're good to go. So we're at the home screen now, so we can get everything started and continue the work. So the first thing we want to do is display the header, and you can see in the introduction we have a lot of animations going on. I'm going to show you how the animation was achieved. Kudos to the team of developer, the Glovo team, software developers. They really did a good work, and this is just a tutorial just to help people to learn and upskill in their React Native profession. So this is not in any way trying to compete with Glovo app or undermining what they have done. This is just a tutorial to help people, adapt to what they know, hopefully. So disclaimer, it's very important. So I'm going to get started immediately. I'll come back here to our root. So to get that done, we're going to start with the first header, and then to do that, I'm going to create a component. So inside the component, I'm going to create another folder inside the component folder, and let's call it headers. So I'm going to call it headers. Let me undo that. So let me create an index.tsx, and then let's create headers. And inside the headers, we're going to let's create a home header component. So let's create home headers component. Let's just call it home headers.tsx. So inside home headers, we're quickly going to use the TypeScript React Native snippet so we can move faster. So in here we'll need view, we'll need text, we'll be using pressable. Let me just bring everything in at once. We'll need animated, we'll be using animated. For more simplicity, we'll be using dimensions. Or from React Native, we're also going to import from our icon, from our vector icons. So we're going to bring it from, let's call it at Expo. It's at Expo / vector icons. So in here we're going to use ion icons, and then we'll use ant design as well. So quickly, let's declare the props for it, the TypeScript props for that. So let's call it, so I'm just going to write that one in here. So interface, let's call it home headers prop. Let's call it params. So we will need the delivery method. Let's call this delivery method, and it's Boolean. Then we'll also do set delivery method, and it will be void. And then we're also going to be using the scroll animation. So let's declare that scroll offset. So let's call it scroll offset y, and it will be a type of animated value. Yes, that's what we'll be using there. And here we can come here and change this to home headers params, home header params. Yes, so the English can make sense. Home header params, not home headers params. It sounds ridiculous, right? So let's use this. So we're going to, as the structure, we'll get the delivery, get the set delivery method, and get the scroll offset y. So quickly we are going to display some, let's declare some constant here. So we'll need the max, let's call it max header height. So we'll call the max header height will be, let's make it 130. Then we also need to get the min header. So the minimum height will be 40. And then let's get a scroll distance. So we'll get the scroll distance, let's make it 50. I will explain and you'll see how everything will be used very shortly. So let's get the width. So for now, we're going to make the width of type any because it's coming from dimensions. So we're going to say dimensions.get, and then we're going to use the window, and so we can get the width from there. No width. So yeah. So we're good to go. So inside so we'll come to our home header here, and let's get started with the animation proper. Even before we get all that, let's go to our home screen. So from our home screen, we are not going to be making use of this, obviously. So let's bring it out. Let's take an empty fragment for now. And inside here, let's get our safe area view. Let's import safe area view. Safe area view. And if you like, you can use safe area view provider. It's up to you. But for now, I'm going to be using only safe area view. So I'm going to give it a style. Let's give it padding top. We also need to bring in platform. We'll bring in platform, and then we're going to save the padding top. To get the padding top, we'll use platform. So platform.os. If the OS is Android, use 40, else make it 0. And then we're going to give it flex 1. Like the safe area view provider would have given all the flex 1 and most of all the things that we're doing. But I still prefer to use this for now. Let's just stick with this. So here we want to give it the background color. They used the background color of black, so we're going to use that same background color. The Glovo app used the background color of black. So if we do that, it's supposed to change the background color. Good. So we're doing fine. So inside our safe area view, so from here we will just simply go back to our headers. Yes, from here, and then for now let's make this undefined. We'll still remove them later so that it won't throw an error. So we'll come to our home screen and let's import the home header, the home headers component, so that everything we do will be displayed. We can see the update here in real time. So that's it. So we have it here. Let's close it so we won't have an error because it's presently undefined. All the parameters there are undefined. So we'll come in here and remove all this. So we'll be using, let's use animated.view. So we'll use animated.view, and inside this we'll give it a style. Let's come here, we'll come back because we're supposed to pass an animation to that. So but let's display something first before we start working on the animations. So I'm going to come here and let's have view, and inside this view let's give it style. Let's give it style, and then the style will be, let's give it flex direction of row, and then align items. Align items will be center. Then let's give it padding. So padding horizontal. So padding horizontal of 7. Then we'll come here and use pressable. So we want to render the header. So pressable here. Let's give it a star. Let's give it a star. Let's give it flex direction, flex 1. So we'll give it star flex 1, and then let's give it on press. Okay, we're going to leave the on press for now too, and inside there we want to bring our iron icons, and inside the iron icons, no, let's make it a self-closing tag. So inside the iron icons we'll give it a name, and the name, there's what we call chevron back will be the name. So let's give it size. We give it size, let's give it size of 30, and let's give it color of white for now. Let's give it color of white. And it seems we have an error. Yep. So you can see cool, it's showing up here. So we're showing the back arrow there, and then the next thing we want to do is, so we'll come here and then let's add another pressable. Let's give it style. So let's give it flex direction. Flex direction will be row. So we have justify content. Let's give it space between. Align items will be center. So we can also give it margin. Let's give it margin right. So let's give it margin right of 10, and then we'll give it background color. Let's give it background color. Background color will be, let's use gray. Then what else? We'll give it width. Let's give it a width of 60. Let's give it height. Let's give it height of 35, and let's give it border radius of 99. Border radius of 99. And let's give it opacity. Let's give it opacity of 0.8. There's supposed to be a comma here. 0.8. So let's save that up. You can see that's coming up cool. So inside this, and if you notice in their app they had something like that. So So inside this pressable, we're going to display some items inside that. So the first one is we're going to use the pressable. So they had like the free delivery and the paid delivery section, so you can toggle between the two. That's what I want to do now. So in here, I'm just going to say on press. So on press, we're going to set the delivery method. So we'll pass the delivery method there. That's the idea. So we'll come here and say if delivery method. So if delivery method is not equal to undefined, currently is not equal to false rather. So if it's not equal to false, then we'll have this view. We'll pass in the view. And let's pass some style into that. So inside that, we'll have the background. Let's give it a background color. So let's give it a background color of orange. And let's give that a border radius. Let's give it a border radius of 20. And then we'll give it width of 35. So we need to spread the width up. We had 60 up there before. And then we'll give it a height of 35 as well. We'll give it a height of 35 and then give it align items. Make it center. So let me just bring these two down so you can see clearly. So in here, we're going to use our iron icon. It's a self-closing tag, and then give it a name. The name we would use here, there's what we call bicycle outline inside iron icons. So let's see if we get bicycle outline. Yes. So about bicycle outline, let's give it a color of white. Whoosh, what's the problem? Color. So we'll give it a color of white, and then we give it a size. Let's give it a size of 24, and then let's add some style into it. So okay, let's just give it for now. Let's just give it padding 5. So okay, we're having an error because we have not specified what we want to display for the second screen. So I'll just quickly copy this and bring it here so the error can go away. So we no longer have any error. You can see this is beautiful, isn't it? This is cool. So if it's displayed, that means it's active, else it's not active. So it's not active, we change this. So we'll make the background color. The background color will be gray instead of orange. So that's just the two difference. That's just the difference there. That's just the difference there. So we'll make it gray if it's false. So we'll get to that shortly. So that's so you can see the dynamics in it. So quickly we'll just copy. I'll just copy these and paste it again. And this time we'll come here. Let's give it a style. We'll give this style align items. Align items and make it center. So we'll make this center, and here we're going to see if it's true. If this is true, we'll come here, make this orange, and inside our iron icon we'll make it walk outline. Yes, walk outline, and every other thing remains the same. And then we'll just come here and change this to walk outline. So this is it. Say it's not working yet because we've not passed the function into it. So very shortly you'll see we'll pass the function into it, and then it'll regulate the whole thing. So we can simply come to our home screen now, and then from here let's pass it so you see what we're talking about. So we're going to do, I need to import useState from React. So let's import useState. So we're going to say const. So let's say const. We're going to use useState. Then let's pass the type. It will be Boolean. and then we're going to make the initial state equal to false. So we're going to say delivery method and set delivery method. So set delivery method, and then we'll come in here. Let's pass them in here, and let's pass delivery method. Delivery method will be equal to our delivery method, and then we have set delivery method. Then we'll pass the function, which is so we toggle it, and to toggle that, we're going to say delivery method equal to, it will be opposite of the current state. So if the current state is true, when you press it, it becomes false, and if it's false, when you press it, it becomes true. So that's the idea. You can see it has changed. This is cool and beautiful, isn't it? So if I press it now, if I toggle on it, beautiful, isn't it? And if I toggle to the work, this is working perfectly and fine. Cool. So we are good to go with that. That's beautiful. And so we can continue. So let's go back to our header, home headers. So from here we are done with this for now. So I can just close it up, come out of that pressable, and come into this, come out of this view as well. So let's start with the search bar. So I'm going to be using animated. So animated.view, and then we're going to pass style into it quickly. So the style, we're going to give it, let's give it margin horizontal. To be double curly brace, margin horizontal. So margin horizontal will be, let's give it margin horizontal of 10, and then let's give it, okay, for now let's leave it this way, and then let's pass this down. Let's bring our style in here, and so I'm going to display text. Okay, before that, let's display this text to show, if you check the Glovo app, you have the name there, the restaurant. So let's display that text first, the restaurant, and then I'm going to give it a star. So font size 30, font weight, let's make it bold. Then font weight bold, color, let's make the color white. Let's give a padding horizontal. Padding horizontal, let's make it 5, and then we'll display the restaurant. Restaurant. So if we save that, cool, this is beautiful. We have the restaurant displayed beautifully. So that's what we want to do there. So we'll still come back there, because when we scroll the screen, the restaurant will fade out. Yeah, so we're going to do that. We're going to pass the animation to it. That's why we're using animated.view there, but we'll come back to it later. So let's display, the next thing is the search bar. So let's display the search bar. After that, they display the search bar, and to do that, I'm going to say animated animated.view, and I'm going to pass the star. I'm going to give it a flex direction. Let's give it flex direction of row, align items of center. Let's give it background color of white, border radius, let's give it border radius. Let's give it border radius of 10. Let's give it height. Let's give it a height of 30. Let's give it 38. And margin horizontal. Let's give it margin horizontal of 10. Then margin vertical. Margin vertical of 12. And inside it, inside that animated.view, we're going to pass pressable. And inside the pressable, we'll have an undesign with a self-closing tag, and give it a name. So we'll give it a name. That's what we'll call search 1 in undesign, and then we'll give it size. Let's give it size 20, size of 20, and then give it color. Color will be black. So cool, this is it. So we still need to style this up and make it a little more beautiful. So to do that, we'll come to the pressable here and let's add some style into it. So inside the pressable here, let's give it position of absolute. Let's give it position of absolute. Let's give it padding of 10. Padding of 10. Let's give it flex direction. Let's give it flex direction of row. Then let's align the items and make it center. So let's see how it looks now. Beautiful. Yeah. So I think it's better that way. So we'll just leave this here. We'll come back to it. Let's go to our home and make sure we have the restaurant displayed so that by the time we scroll, we can see all the scroll animation and it won't look confusing. So I'll come here. I'll come outside here, and then let's bring in the scroll view. Let's import scroll view. Scroll view. So let's bring in scroll view. So the scroll view, inside our scroll view, we're going to have, so inside our scroll view, we're going to have another scroll view there. So that's what we use to scroll the restaurant. Let's get and add some props. So we have shows vertical scroll indicator. Let's make it no. Let's make it false. Then content container style. Yes, that's what we're going to use. And then let's give it a margin of. Let's give it a margin horizontal. No, margin horizontal. Let's give it a margin horizontal of 10. And then we give it. Let's call the style. And give it margin top. Let's give it margin top of 4. So we're going to go there. So in here now, another thing we're going to do is I already have all the data, so I will just share the data with you so that I won't waste time declaring all the data we're going to be using for this project. I already have them, so I'm just going to populate them and show you so that I won't waste time going through all that. So before we start now, we're going to create another component. We're going to create the restaurant card. So we're going to come to our component and then let's create restaurant card.tsx. So we'll go into that component. So using our TypeScript React Native short snippet, so we're going to come here. We'll need view, we need text, we'll need image. Let's import image. We'll need a style sheet. We'll need style sheet, we'll need pressable. So we need pressable. And then for our icon, let me just come to our home header and bring the vector icon there. So I'm just going to copy this because we'll be using the icon. So restaurant card. And bring it here. And then we'll need material icon. So let's go to our type check and bring let's declare the types there. Okay, for now let me just declare it here, then we can move it to the types check folder later so that you see how everything works in real time. So we'll come here and say interface. Let's say interface restaurant props or params. So let's call this, I'm just going to call details. So let's call it details, and we'll need the ID. We'll need the restaurant ID, and it will be of string. Then the name of the restaurant, it's also going to be string. We'll need the image, and it will be string too. We'll need the food type. The food type can be optional. This string, we have the rating. We always have rating count, and then we can also make rating count optional, and the rating count will be number. We have delivery time from will also be optional. We'll make it optional, and it's number, and then delivery time too. So we make it optional too, and it's number, delivery time 2, and its number, we have the delivery method, whether it's free or paid, and delivery method will be string. So we have so we should have selected restaurant, so we know the restaurant where the order is coming from, so it will be type of string. And then we also have the menu type, so it also can make it optional. And the menu type, we need to get the menu ID, and then let's pass an onPress function so that when it's selected we can perform some functions. So we make it void. So that's it for this one. So we'll come here, and then we're also going to pass some other details. So the style props, so we're going to use the width, and the width will be of number, and then we're going to use resize mode. And we can make it optional too. And resize mode, we have to declare some of the parameters, some of the props in it. So resize mode is either contain, it is either contain, it is cover, or stretch. There are many more, but I will only be needing any out of these 3 for this project, so you can declare as much as you need. So I won't need more than these 3 in this project. So I can come here now, and so that this error can be erased. So we're going to make it equal to the restaurant. We're going to make this equal to restaurant params, and inside here we're going to bring the details and the restaurant style props, and the error is gone. So inside the return function, we can now come here and make use of, okay, let me just remove this and retain the view. So inside the view, I'm going to pass a style. I'll pass style, let's give it a margin horizontal. No, we might not need margin horizontal yet, so let's give it background color. Yes, let's give it the background color of black, and then bring in pressable. So instead of pressable, let's give it style. So let's write the style. We'll write the style. Let's give it image container. So we're going to write that very shortly. Let's make it st style. Okay, let me create that. So let's come here, and let's say const style. So I'm going to use it this way. I'm going to say style, and then we'll bring in the style sheet prop, the style sheet dot create, and inside this we're going to create the object. So we're going to create image container. So let's create image container. So it's supposed to be container. Yep. So inside the image container, we're going to give it border. Let's give it border radius. Let's give it border radius of 50. And then we're going to create, let me just create some of the, so for the name, so let's give it font size of 12, and then font weight, let's give it font weight of bold, and then color, let's give it color of white, and then margin horizontal, let's give it margin horizontal of 5. So we can come here, and inside this container we no longer have any error there. So in here we also give it a key, and the key will be equal to details.id. So you see it's bringing everything up. And then on press, we want to pass an onPress function into it, and the onPress function we will use the details and then onPress. Yeah. So very shortly, you see everything will be displayed view. So we'll just come here, and for now, okay, we'll come back to that if it's necessary. So we'll go to our pressable. Let's have pressable in here. Let's give it a key, and key will be details.id as usual. And then we give it an onPress function. It's going to be details.onPress. Then we'll give it style. Let's just give it style. Align items. Align item center. So in here we'll bring in the image, and it's going to be a self-closing tag. And come in here, let's have the source. So the source will be from the URI, double color brace. So URI, and it will be from our details, and it will be the details.image. So let's pass the optional chain into it. And then let's give it style. So let's give it style. So this will be cover, then height. Let's give it height of 180, and then width. Let's give it width of 100% for now. And then let's give it border radius. So let's give it border radius of 20. So give it border radius of 20, and then I think we're good to go with that. So let's just save this and then go back to our home screen so that we can see the changes in real time. So we'll come to, so I just want us to come to the home screen so that we can import the component, and then as we build, we'll see the changes in real time. So to do that, also I've also imported the data we'll be using. The data we'll be using for this tutorial and some of the images that we would need. So you can check the description box to have access to the data and the image, so that you can also build along. It will be, I'll leave the link to it at the description box, so just check it out there. So I'll just show you, this is the data, the restaurant data. So let me just bring it up, and then I'll show you. So these are the data we'll be needing for this. So for the restaurant categories, so the one we want to deal with now is the restaurant. We want to display the restaurant. If you check the Glovo app on the home page, they display the list of restaurants. It was displayed at the home screen. So that's what we want to do. So we already have a data for that here, and you can see it showing the restaurants. So we have an array of restaurants, and then you can see the object of restaurant 1. This restaurant is a Chicken Republic, and then it has an ID, it has image URL, and then I need to explain this image URL to you too. For those who are using Windows computer, you will need something like this for it to work. So I'm linking up with the IP address. You always use this IP address on Windows computer, and then plus my port. So I'm using 8081 when I bundle this project, the Metro bundler. So it's 8081. So if your port change, probably you have a project already running and using 8081, and you have to bundle this Metro bundler to change your port for this project. Probably this now has, you always get that pop-up that, okay, you are running on 8081. There's already a project running on 8081. Do you want to run this on 8082? So if that port changes, you also need to change this. So if not, it won't read the image. So you always make sure that your port is in line with the port here, with the port your project is running with. But if you are using iOS, all you just need to do here is pass localhost. It will work for iOS. If you are using a Mac computer rather, so if you're using a Mac computer, you just need to pass localhost, and then every other thing remains the same. So the images are located inside my assets, and then we have the restaurant image for Chicken Republic. So if you come here to my assets, inside my assets, you can see we have all the images, so it's linking to it, and then you have Chicken Republic. So you have Chicken Republic dashboard. So this is it. So this is it, and this is exactly what they used. This is exactly what Glovo used on their app. So we're going to get it. That's just the idea. There's nothing crazy about the whole idea. So we have the food type so that we can have them in sections. So this, I gave it chicken. So time, and then delivery time from, and we have delivery time from, delivery time to. Delivery method is free here, so you can choose whichever way you want it. We have the rating card, count, and we have the coordinate. So, and that's how it is for all the restaurants. So we see another restaurant here, Toast Pan. It's also on Glovo app. So Tasty Bites, you can see. So I just picked or selected some restaurant at random so that we can just use it for this project. So this is the restaurant. This is what we work with. We have the menu, we have the array for the menu, we have the menu items. So you'll see all that very shortly. And then we have also the restaurant categories, so that we used to link up to all the restaurants. You can see for this now category, we linked it to what? Chicken. And you can also have array. You can also make it an array. It's up to you. So this is just tutorial. You can do a lot of crazy stuff with it. So one more thing we need to add to this now, we need to add the type to it. We need to add the type settings, type check. So I'll come to our types check here and create. Let me create. Let's call it types check params.css. So the first one we want to create now is the restaurant params. So the restaurant params, we're going to use export here so that we can import it. So we're going to call it restaurant params. So it's going to have ID, and ID will be string. It will have name, and the name will be string too. It has description, and the description is also string. It has image URL, and it's also string. You can see we're getting everything from here. Where's the restaurant? So we're getting everything from here. So after image URL, we have the food type, and the food type is also of string. So string, food type is string, and then we have the time. Time is number. Let me see, what did we use? Okay, we use string. That's string. So time is string. Then we have delivery time from. Delivery time from, and is number. Then we have delivery time to, it's also number. We have delivery method. Yeah, we have delivery method, and it's string. We have rating. Rating is number. We have rating count. Rating count is also number. Then we have coordinates. So we need to create the params for the coordinates. So let's come up here and create that. So I'm going to come here and create an interface. Let's call it interface coordinates. Let's just say codes params. So we have latitude, and latitude will be number. We have longitude. Longitude will also be number. We have address, or the reverse geocoding or geocoordinates, and it will be string. We have latitude delta rather. Latitude delta will be a number, and then we have longitude delta. So longitude delta will also be of number. So it'll be a type of number. So we'll come in here and bring our chords, and chords will be equal to chords params. So that's all. So that's all we need to do for our restaurant. So we can just come into our restaurant data now and import. So we import restaurant params from our type check, and it's an array. So we have to put the array into it. So it's food type here, and I think we use types. Yeah, so we remove this. That's why it's throwing an error. So the error is gone, and everything is working fine. So we'll do for the remaining data. So let's just take it one step at a time so that nobody will get confused. Do you understand? Thank you. So now we can import this restaurant. We can import it in our home screen and then make use of the data thereof. So we'll come to our home screen inside our scroll view. So inside our scroll view, we render another scroll view. Yes, which is this. And inside this now, let's bring up the restaurant. So we're going to bring the restaurant from data all. So let's bring it in and map through it. So let's use this for restaurant, and then let's pass in the index. We'll pass in the index, and let's bring our restaurant. Let's bring our restaurant card. What did we call it? We called it as restaurant card. So we import our restaurant card from our component, and then bring in some of the parameters there. So we'll give it a key. So we give it a key, and the key will be of index, and then the details. So the details will pass in inside our detail. We'll pass in image. Let's pass the image, and the image will be equal to restaurant.image URL. Then let's pass name. It will be restaurant. Sorry. So it's supposed to be a name, and the name will be restaurant.name. So let's pass in one more parameters, then we'll go and make the remaining ones undefined for now, so we can move on without any error. So it will be equal to ID. So for now, let's go back to our restaurant card. So inside our restaurant card, we won't actually be using this, so let's take it out. I don't want us to use this today, so let's take it out and take it out from here so that we can avoid any error for now. So, and we'll come here. Okay, we already made other params optional, so we don't have any error. So let's save this and come to restaurant data, save it, come to our home screen and save it. Cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? You can see the card is already showing up. So we are still going to beautify it, but you can see that everything is working in real time, so that every adjustment we make now, it'll make sense. You'll see it in real time as we update from our card, right? So please do remember to like, share, comment, and then give this a thumbs up, and most importantly, subscribe. It will help encourage me and to do more. Thank you very much. So we'll continue from here, and then from our card, so we keep working on our card, and as we update it, it will also update from the front end so that you can see everything in real time. So we stopped at the image. So we'll say 100%, 20%. So we can come out of this pressable now, and then let's render a view. So this view, we're going to give it, let's give it a style. So let's give it flex direction. The flex direction will be of row. Justify content will be space between, and padding horizontal, we need to give it padding horizontal of 10. Then inside this we'll render text, and the text, let's give it number of lines and make it 1. Then let's give it style. Let's give it style. Let's give it color of white. Let's use this instead. Then we'll give it font size of 20. Font weight of bold. So in here, we're going to render the details, the name of the restaurant. So we're going to say details dot, okay, let's use this details dot name. So that if the name is undefined, it won't throw an error. So if I save it now, cool, it's coming up gradually. So the next thing we want to do is we want to check, because in their app, in Glovo app, there's some part there there's a food type attached to it, and there are some without food type. So we need to pass a condition. So we need to pass that logical operation and pass the condition. If it has a food type, it will display it, and if it doesn't, it will ignore it. So to do that, we'll come outside of this. We'll come outside of this text, outside of the name, and outside of the name, we'll pass it and say and ask if details is not undefined, if food type rather. So food type, if it's not undefined, if it's true. So if it's available, we'll render a view. So if it's available, let's style this also. So we're going to give it a star. So let's give it style. Let's give it a background color. Let's give it background color of gray. Let's do border width. Let's do border width of 1. Let's do border radius. Let's give it border radius of 7. Let's give it padding. Let's give it padding of 7. Now let's use padding of 2. And let's have margin top. Margin top of 2. Let me bring it down so you can see it. Margin top of 2. So let's save that. So and display something in there. So we'll come here and render text. Okay, we can just pick this text here and make adjustment to it. So let's bring in this text. So in here, let's give it color of white, number of lines 1, and then font size here, let's make this 13. Let's make this 13, and here we are going to render details.food type, and let's pass padding horizontal to this as well. Let's give it padding horizontal of, let's say 5. So have you seen it now? You see that the food type is not coming up yet. So we need to save this and come back to our home screen. Remember, we have not declared it here. So we'll come here and let's do, so we'll pick this, select this food type and then make it restaurant. So restaurant dot food type. So we'll do that and save it, and boom, it's showing. This is beautiful, isn't it? So you can see it's selecting their various food types. We have chicken, we have burger for toast pan, and it goes that way for the remaining restaurants. So we'll come back to our restaurant card. So inside our restaurant card here, okay, let's see if we make this gray. I think it's the same. It's the same anyway. So I think we're good to go with that. So the next one we want to display now is the delivery method. We want to display the delivery method. So we'll come out of this space and then, so let's close. Yes, we'll close this and render another view. So let's give it style, flex direction. So flex direction will be row. Then let's give it padding horizontal of 10. So inside there, we'll render another view. And this, let's give it the style of background color. Let's give it background color of orange. Then we'll have border width of 1. Then border radius, let's give it border radius of 7. We'll give it padding, let's give it padding 3. Let's give it flex direction. Let me bring it down. Flex direction of row. So inside this, we would use the iron icon. Let's bring the iron icons. Save closing tag. And inside the iron icon, that's what we'll call, there's a name. There's a name called bicycle outline, like we used. So we have color. Let's give it color of black. Let's give it size. And let's make the size 15. Let's add, okay, let's see how it goes. Cool. So let's add a padding to it. Let's give it padding right. Yes, padding right. Let's give it padding right of 3. Cool. So everything is aligning, everything is fine now. So we can come here and render text. Let's have a text. This text will display the delivery method. Yeah, I think we'll display the delivery method here, and let's pass the number of lines. Number of lines will be 1. Oh, we really don't need it. The delivery method is not, doesn't have a lot of text in it, so we'll just add style. So add style, let's give it color of black. Then after color, we want to give it a font size. Yes, let's give it a font size. Let's give font size of 13, and let's reload. The error should go away now. All right, let's give font weight. Let's make it bold, and in here let's pass delivery method. So it's going to be details delivery method. So exactly, so let's go to our home and pass delivery method. So delivery method, delivery method. Yeah, so I want it this way so we won't avoid unnecessary error. So we're going to say rest and then pass the delivery method. If we save it, cool, you can see. So we have the bicycle and the delivery method in front of it. So that's the idea, and you can see that's beautiful, isn't it? So the next thing we want to do is we'll render the delivery time. So to do that, let's close the delivery method. Yeah, okay, this is what we need to close, this one. So we can come here and use this. So we're going to render text. And this text will pass dot in it. Let's style it. We'll style it. Let's give it font size. Let's give font size 15. Let's give font size 15, color white. Let's give it, what else can we give to it? Let's give it a font weight of bold. Let's give it font weight of bold. And let's give it padding left. Padding left of 3. Let's save that. Cool, that's beautiful. You can see it there. Then the next thing we want to do is render another text. And inside this text, let's give it style. Let's give it font size of 15 as well. Font size 15. Or let's make it font size 13. And then let's give it padding of 4. And let's give it color white. So give it color white, and then let's display our restaurant time. The restaurant time will be details, then time from, then we'll pass this into it, and then pass details, and delivery time to, yep. And then we'll pass the minute in it. So let's pass minutes. So we need to populate that too from the front. So to do that, we'll go back to the home screen and render the time from and the time to. So we render the time from will be rest dot time from, and then the time delivery time to. So delivery time to will be rest dot delivery time to. So that you can see, let me bring it down. So we save it. Beautiful. This is beautiful, isn't it? You can see everything is rendering fine and well, and that's the exact way they have it in their app. If you check Glovo app out. So the next, we'll continue. Let's go back to our card. So after this text, we can now come out of this view. Can come out of this view and also come out of this view. So the next thing we want to do is want to render another view, and here we'll pass style. This pass style. There's a flex direction. Flex direction will be row. So this one, justify content, will be flex end. We'll use flex end here, and then padding horizontal of 10. padding horizontal of 10. So let's leave it for now. We'll pass. Let's have another view here. And let's give it style. So here, let's give it style background color. Let's give a background color of white. Then border width. So border width of 1. Border radius. Let's give a border radius of 20. Padding. Let's give a padding 3. And then let's give a flex direction as well. So flex direction will be of row. Flex direction will be row. And inside here, we'll bring our material icons. So from our material icon, we're going to give it a name. Let me search for the name. We have thumb up. Yeah, thumb up art. Then we'll give it color. Let's give it color of black. And then we'll give it size of, let's give it size 15. And let's add style to that too. So let's give it style padding left of 3. Let's give padding left 3. If we save that, cool, and you can see the thumbs up icon there. So it's not sitting well there. So what we can do is we can apply top here. So we'll come here and say top. Let's give it top. Let's say top minus 70. Cool. So that's where we want to be. Let's make it 78. Cool. That's it. So let's leave it this way. It's cool, right? So we can come here and continue. So we'll come here. Let's render text. I don't want to duplicate text so that I won't run into any unnecessary mistakes. So we have style. Let's give it color. Let's give it color of black. Let's give it font size. Font size of 13. And then font weight. Font weight of, let's make the font weight bold. Font weight bold. And here we're going to render the like. So let's see what we got. Good. And you can see it's expanding. That's beautiful, isn't it? So we have the like in there. I think it's okay that way. If you like, you can pass the number of line and restrict it to 1 so that it doesn't go beyond 1. So the next thing we want to render here is the rating count. So I want to render the rating count, and here we are going to take the rating count from details. So we're going to take the rating count from details, and we're going to take from rating count. So we also need to apply it here. So we have our rating count, and the rating count is equal to the restaurant dot rating count. This is beautiful, isn't it? And it's cool. It's cool. So we save this and save our restaurant card. And you can see this is beautiful. Everything is showing up very well and very beautifully. So now let me scroll through the restaurant so you can see. So we have toast pan, we have taste bite, and you can see their food types are different. We have burgers, we have jollof here, and this is cool. This is beautiful. This is beautiful and lovely. So that's it. That's it. So the next thing now is we want to start performing the animations. We want to perform all the animations. So let's go back to our home header component, home headers component, and let's start working on the animations. So we'll come here. Let's start with the search bar animation. So to do the search bar animation, we're going to do const. Let's call it const animate search bar. So let's write the function here. So we're going to just take transform. So transform is an array. It's an array, and inside the array we have object, and inside the object we have translate y. We have translate y. So let's take translate y first, and then we're going to make the translate y equal to our scroll offset so that we can do the interpolation. So we're going to use translate y. Translate y will be the scroll offset y, which we have here, the scroll offset y. So we're going to bring the scroll offset y dot interpolate. So we're using interpolate function method, and it's an object. So inside the object we'll have the input range. So the input range will be, if it's 0, we'll have a 0, and let's have 50. Then we'll do the output range. So the output range will have, for the output range, we'll return 0 here, and then we'll return minus 85. I will have minus 85 here. I'll explain everything to you shortly, and then we want extrapolate clamp. So we can come to our search bar, our search bar, and pass the animation to it. So we'll go to our search bar. Let's close this. We have our restaurant here, and we have our search bar here. So inside of this is where we'll pass it. So to do that, we are going to make our style of array. So let's pass the array into it, and inside here we're going to pass animate search bar. So it seems we have an error there. So yeah, so we're not supposed to use undefined. We actually passed it here so that we can. So another thing we can do now, just leave the error to go away shortly. So we need to pass the scroll offset here. So we'll pass the scroll offset, and then to pass the scroll offset, we need to create the value so that the error can go away. So we use ref. So let's go up here. So let's say const scroll offset y equal to, so let's bring in use ref here. So we'll bring in use ref, and then it'll be use ref, and then we'll pass the new animated. So it'll be new animated dot value, and then we'll pass the value to it, and then we'll make it. There's one more thing we need to add. Yes, so we say dot current. Exactly. So we are now going to come here and pass the scroll offset. So we'll pass the scroll offset y into the scroll offset, and then we're good to go here. Then in here is also asking for, so we can also pass another thing, because we also need the translate x. So we'll come here and say translate x. So and pass our scroll offset y dot interpolate, and then let's get the input. Let me just copy it from here. So from here we're going to have 50, and let's have 23. Then we also need to scale. So I'll explain everything shortly. So let's pass that here. So let's pass scale, and it'll be scroll offset y dot interpolate. Let's pass this into it too. Whoa, we made a mistake just now. So let's pass the scale into it. And it seems we still have an error. So let me go and check what the error actually is at this point. Oh, see, the mistake is transform. See, and it has been fixed. No more error. It's supposed to be transform. Let me bring it up. So that has been the error since. So it's supposed to be transform. There was no S in it. So I'm just going to comment this out so that we take the whole tutorial one after the other, and then we can understand what's actually happening. Because believe me, you understand better if you can relate with it practically. So I'm going to bring it out. We shouldn't have gotten an error in the first place if our spellings were correct. So you see there's no error. So we'll come here and then go to our home screen and save to. So let's save it, and cool, everything is working fine. So we've saved it in our home screen, and let me bring, okay, for now let me take out this index. Won't be needing it for now, so that we can see the screen. You can see all the headers. So we have this. So we've done the interpolation, the translate y for our search bar. So the translate y is saying what is actually saying in essence is when the input range for the starting point is always 0. So when the user starts scrolling on the restaurant, then it starts changing. That's when the offset comes in. So it's going off the set. So offset y, as it keeps scrolling, it keeps scrolling. If it keeps scrolling, we are saying that the search bar will return it at 0. At the point where the current scroll position, when it becomes 50, it will start what? It will start translating the search bar in y-axis, and you can see it's negative. It is negative, so it will go opposite. It will keeps going up instead of down. That's why it's negative. So it keeps going up to the point of what? Minus 85. And the idea is it will go and stand in between the back icon and the delivery method icon. It will stand that space. That's where we are taking it to. So you'll see it shortly how it works. So let me save it one more time, and then we'll go back to our home screen. Then we'll go and perform that animation inside our scroll view, inside the scroll view for the what? For the restaurant screens. So we'll come here, which is this scroll view. This is the scroll view. That's where all the restaurant screens are contained. So we'll come to that scroll view. That's where we're going to perform the animation. So inside this scroll view, I'm going to say shows vertical scroll indicator. I'm going to make it false. Then I'm going to pass the on scroll. So let's get the on scroll. And inside the on scroll, I'm going to say, let's get the event, the scroll event. And then let me declare a constant. So I'm going to declare a constant. Let's call it constant offset. Let's call it constant offset y. So when it starts scrolling, we want to get the scroll position, the value of the scroll position. So we're going to say e.native event dot content. So we want to get the content offset, and inside the content offset we have y and x. So we're going to get y. So you can see. So we have y. We want to get y. So once we get that, we save it inside what? The offset y. So the scroll position, the value of the scroll position will be saved inside offset y. So after that, we want to get the last offset y. They want to get the last, the current scroll position. So to do that, or okay, we can just leave that for now. So what we can do now is we now pass what? The scroll offset y. Our scroll offset y that we use in our use ref here. So the scroll offset y, the initial value is what? Is 0. So we will now update it. We'll update the scroll offset y toward the current scroll position. So and to do that, we just come here and say, let's say scroll offset y dot set value. We use the set value function, set value, and we'll set the value into what? The offset y. And that's it. And that's all we have to do. And after that, we have to set scroll event throttle. So we'll come outside of this place and then say scroll event throttle and make it 16. Let's use 16. So just see what will happen when I start scrolling. You see the search bar also starts moving up, and you see it's staying there. This is cool, right? So there's another thing we need to do. You can see it's occupying the whole space. So that's why we need the translate x and then the scale, so that as it's moving up, it starts reducing. We start reducing the width of the scroll of the search bar. So as it's moving up, we start reducing the width and make it fit into that space between and not overlap. So that's what we are going to achieve next. To do that, we'll go back to our home headers. So to do that now, we'll come to our scroll X first. So inside our scroll X, so when the input start changing in our scroll X, you see it's shifting it. You can see it has shifted it. Look at where it was before. And when we keep moving, you see scroll X. So that means it's going sideways. So if we're saying it's minus 23, that means it will be going towards the left-hand side. If it's plus 23, it will be, if it's 23, it will go into the right-hand side. But since it's minus 23, so we're telling it to move towards the left. And you can see it's moving towards the left. And before, nothing, you could not see any of the delivery icons, but you can see it's showing now. So it's moving towards the left. The next thing we need to do now to make it stand within that space is we'll now use scale to reduce the size. We use scale to reduce the size of the search bar. And to do that, we'll come here and use scale. So we say when the scroll position is at 50, it will scale it to minus 85. So it starts shrinking, it starts reducing it. So if I save it now and see what will happen. So I think we've got an error. So let me find out what the error is so we can. So yeah, so this is where the error is. I'm scaling so much. So one is here, scale. So we're going to use, let's use 43 here. Let's use 42 when it gets to the position of 42. So if it's 0, we make it 1. So the scale is 1. And once it gets to 42, we are going to change it to, let's change it to 0.73. 0.73. So if I save that now, you can see our search bar is back. And if I scale it, just see what will happen. See, this is beautiful. Boom. And then it remains there as I scroll. This is beautiful. You need to subscribe, comment, share, and like this. Please, you really need to do that. And if I bring it down, so when it's at 0 position, the scale comes back to 1. And look at, this is beautiful. See, as I scroll, it goes there and occupies the space. And as I'm bringing it down, you can see it's increasing it. This is beautiful. And as I keep doing that, it reduces it and bring it here. So another thing we want to do is when we are scrolling offset, once the search bar starts moving, we want this restaurant to go off so that it will go off. So that's the next thing we'll do. So that means the title, we want to animate it. So let's come here. Let's come outside of this. And then let's declare another animation. And we're going to call it animate title. Let's call it animate title. So there, we're going to use opacity to achieve that. So we want to target the opacity. So once we start scrolling up, the opacity will start changing too. So without wasting time, I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going to copy these and make changes to it accordingly. Let's just copy this and make changes to it. So here we're not going to use scale, we'll use opacity. So we'll target the opacity and we'll use the scroll view, scroll offset Y. So when it starts scrolling and when this is equal to 20, let's use 20. When it's equal to 20, the opacity becomes 0. Else, when it's 0, when the input range is 0, it is 1. But when the scroll position gets to 20, we want to remove that restaurant. So the opacity of 0 will actually clean it up. So we'll save that and then we'll pass it to our title. We need to pass animate title to our title. So we'll come to where we have the title. So this is it. And we'll pass an array of style into this too. So, and then we can pass animate title. Beautiful. There's no error. Cool. So let's scroll again. So immediately we start scrolling, you can see this is beautiful. And when we bring it back, you see. So when we start scrolling, beautiful. And then we can continue with this. And when we bring it here, you see it comes back. When the scroll position goes beyond 20, anything from 20, it makes it equal to 0. And then if its scroll position is equal to 0, then it brings it back. It makes the opacity 1. This is beautiful. I know you're liking this. So we can continue. So on the Glovo app, there are other things displayed within. After the search bar, you have the categories, and then you have the filters, the restaurant filters there. So that's what we're going to work on next. So, and to do that, and we also have the animations for all that too. So to do that, we'll come to we'll go to our home screen. So we'll come to our home screen. In here, we're going to pass, let's render the restaurant categories. So we're going to have animated. Because we're going to be performing some animations too there. Animated.view. No. Animated.view. Let me do it this way. And then let's have another animated dot scroll view this time. Let's have animated dot scroll view. animated or scroll view. So inside this, we'll come here and say, let's say, because we want to display the categories and we want to make it horizontally scrollable, so we'll pass this horizontal to it, and then show horizontal indicator, make it false. Then let's pass content container style, and let's pass gap. Let's make it 10. Let's give them gap of 10. So the next thing we'll go to our restaurant data, and let's do the type check, the types check for the categories there. You notice that there's no types. Our category has no types here. See, there's no types there. So we're going to do the same way we did for the restaurant params. So let's come here and let's export interface, restaurant, let's call it restaurant category params. So we have restaurant category params, and then we're going to have ID. Let's make the ID will be string. We give it a name. The name will be string. We give it image URL. An image URL will be string. So I think that's all we need to do for inside our category. So we'll come to our category data. If we go to our category data, yeah, it's just ID name and then the URL. So we'll pass what restaurant category params, and it's also an array, so we have to pass the array into it. And so we are using the ID, the name, and the image URL. And remember the image URL. If you are using Mac, you just need to pass localhost. But if you're using Windows, and also make sure that the port here is in line with the port the project is running with. If your project is running at port 8082, make sure this port is 8082. If not, it will not display. So once that is intact, you won't have any issue. And then we're targeting it from our asset, and then we have a chicken. It's inside our asset here. So that's it. We'll just save it, go back to our home screen. So inside our home screen now we can import. So what we'll do here is we'll come here just the same way we did for our restaurant. So we'll just get the restaurant categories from our restaurant, all data, restaurant categories, that's it. So restaurant categories, then we'll map through it using a map function. So the map, and let's call the cart and the index, and then let's render it. So to render it, we're also going to create, let's quickly create a component for the category. So we're going to call it, let's call it a category type card. Let's go the category card. So let's create the component. Let's go inside our component folder. So for now, let's just pass an empty fragment so that the error will go away. Yeah, so the error can go away, so we don't run into any error. We'll remove it later. So you can see that's why it's asking for the child, because we've not passed anything in here, but we'll pass it very shortly and then we won't have any error anymore. So we'll come here, let's call it category card.tsx. So using our TypeScript React Native snippet. So without wasting time, let me just copy, because we are going to be using almost everything in here. So let's just copy, let's copy all this and bring it here. So we won't be needing this, we won't be needing this, but we'll need the rest. So in here, let's quickly create let me just create this thing here, the interface, the type check. So interface, let's use interface restaurant props or restaurant. So we're going to call it restaurant params, or let's call it category params. Category params interface. So interface category params. So let's call it details. Let's use details as well. And then we'll have the ID. The ID will be string. We have the name. The name will be string. We have the image URL. So we're just going to get the image, and then image will be of string, and then we want to pass an onPress to it. So let's pass onPress. So onPress void whoosh. So after that, we want to declare the cart props. Let's add other props to it, and then this we're going to give it. Let's get the active cart. So the active cart will be of string, and then onPress cart. Let's just write it that way, and then we're making it void as well. So we're good to go. We can now come here and destructure it. So we're going to get the category params, and inside the category params we'll have the details and then the cart props. So we're saying let is active be equal to details to be equal to details.id equal to cart props dot active cart. Then let's have another declaration. It's going to be border. Let's call it border color, and border color will be is active. Let's say it's border color is active. If it's active, we want to make it orange. We want to give it an orange color. Else, we'll make it gray. So if it's not active, it will be gray, and once it's active, it will be a border color of orange. Then let's just copy this and make use of it again. So in here, we're going to do background color. So if it's active, we want to give it background color of orange, and if it's not, let's give it a background color of black, so it will match the background, the color we're using. Then we want to also use it for the text. So let's make it text color. Text color. If it's active, make it orange. If it's not active, we're written white. So let's come inside the view here and start working on it. So here we're going to have pressable. We'll bring in the pressable. Let's style that up. Give it style. Let's call it style.container. And then let's give it key. Key will be details.id. And then onPress. Let's pass an onPress function into that. So the onPress function will be the cart props. That's what we want to use here. We use the cart props.onPress cart. So that's what we're going to use there. So quickly, let's write the style sheet for this so the error can go away. No, we call this style. Okay, let me just remove it for now. We'll come back to it. So let's render a view. We have a view, and let's give it some style. Inside the view, we have our image. So let me bring the image up so you can see everything in real time. So we have not imported image. That's why it's throwing an error. Yes, there's no image here. So let's import image. So we no longer have that error. And then remove this. So the image, will give it, let's make the source. The source will be of URI, and then URI details. So we're going to make it details.image. And then we'll give it style. Let's style that. So style will be, let's give it width. Let's give it width of 55. Let's give it height. Let's make height 55 as well. Height 55, and then let's give it resize mode. This time the resize mode we would use will be contain. So let's use contain, and we're good to go. We'll just leave it this way. So let me go back to the front end so that you can see the update in real time. Let's go back to our home screen rather, and then bring this in so you can see the update in real time. I think it makes sense, makes better sense that way. Makes more sense. So we'll come into our scroll view here, this scroll view. No, sorry. We wanted this. So we'll go back to this scroll view we come here, yes, restaurant categories. That's what we want to work on. So let's remove this right now and bring in our food type. Like I said, our category, we called it category card, yes. So it's going to be, so let's pass the key. The key will be, let's use the index here as the key. Then let's pass the details. So details, and the details, let's get the image. So the image will be cart dot image URL. Then we'll get the name. The name will be cart dot name, and also we'll use, let's get the ID because we'll need the ID. So the ID will be cart dot ID. So ID will be cart dot ID, and that's it. So if we save it now, okay, it's saying our render active cart. So let's just make them undefined now so we can move on. We'll come back to them later and change it. So let's just get everything right now. Let's comment them out for now. We'll come back to it. So this is supposed to be an underscore ID. Yep. So this is how it's supposed to be. Then we'll get, okay, let me just bring let's bring the cart props so that the error can go away, and then let's get the active cart. The active cart will be equal to, okay, we've not declared the active cart, so let's quickly declare that too, so that won't have the error. So we'll come up here and make so I'm just going to say const active cart and set active cart, and then it will be equal to use state, and it will be an empty string, so we can give it a type of string, and then we'll come down here now and make it equal to the active cart, and then so the second one is on press, so it's going to be a function. So we're going to set it to set active cart, and then we're going to pass the cart ID into it. So we'll say cart.id. Cool, and then we no longer have any error there. Cool, this is beautiful, and you can see everything is showing up already. So you can see it, the cart, the category is displaying. So we'll just go ahead now and then make some adjustments so that we can make it beautiful. It's not looking beautiful yet. So we're doing fine. So we'll go back to our category here. So in here, let's give the view, let's start the view up first. So let's give it, okay, let me write them down here. So let's say const style equal to style sheet dot create wash. Const style equal to style sheet dot create. Yes, seems we did not import style sheet. Yes, we didn't import style sheet. So let's bring in style sheet. So we'll come down here and get style sheet dot create. So we should be able to get create now. Good. So we're going to have the first one we want to create now is, let's get a container. So we're going to say container, and inside the container we're going to have, let's give align items. Align items will be center. Then we'll have let's give it padding of 3, and let's give it margin of 3 as well. So we'll come here and pass into the style container here. Let's pass style. So we use one call brace. So we'll say style.container. Cool. So we'll pass it into it. You can see it's changing it. So the next one we want to do is we want to give a style to the container for the image, which is this view. So we'll just quickly come here now and do the image container style. So we'll say image container. So we'll style that up. Let's give it border radius of 20, and then we'll give it a padding. Let's give it padding of 3. So we'll give it padding of 3. Then we also want to do cat name. So for the names, that's why it's not showing yet, because we've not styled it. So for the cat name, we're going to give it a font size. Let's give it font size of 15, and then let's give it font weight of bold. Font weight of bold. So we'll come in here. Let's go back to our. So we'll come here and pass the style. So we're going to say style dot image container here. So if we pass that in, you can see it's looking more beautiful, isn't it? So we'll come here to the image, and after the view for the image, we'll come and render the text. So we'll render the text, and we'll make it equal to details.name. Then in here, let's style it up. Let's pass a style into it, and then we're going to call style.cat name. Yes. So we should have the names. Okay, the name is not coming up. So what could be the problem? Let's go back to our home page. Did we pass it? We passed the name, yeah. We passed the name here. And then let's go back to our category card. Okay, we need to pass color. We didn't pass color into this. So we need to pass the color. And the color, because originally the color will be black. That's why it's not showing. So we'll make it white. You should have it gold. That's it. So originally, primarily the color will be black. Default color is black. So we need to pass the color into it. And we have everything is running fine. So the next thing we want to do is we want to pass the select, the active, and then the active. We want to pass the active cat function that we wrote here. That's what we want to pass into. So we want to show. So we'll come here and make this an array of style. We'll make the style array an array. We'll make it an array of styles. So we'll pass the array into it. So by passing the array into it, we can now come here. So after this styles.container, we can now bring what? Pass the array into it. So we'll get let's get the background color. So we'll get the background color and we'll pass the BG color to it. So when if it's active, it becomes, so that's the background color it will have there. You can also pass the border color. So border. So you can also pass border color and then pass the border color here into it. So that's it. If we save it, we have not selected anything yet, so that's why nothing is selected. So we can come here, we'll come to our cat name also. We also want to change this, so we'll give it an array of style. So when it's selected, we want the text to change as well. So we'll come here and get the color and then make the color equal to the text color. So we have to remove the color down here. Yeah. So we remove this color, it's no longer necessary. So you can see it's still working, because we said here if it's selected, the color should be orange, else it should be white. So it's no longer necessary and everything is fine. So I think we're good to go. So if we come back to our home screen here, if we come to our home screen now and we've written all this, so if I press, let's press chicken. Cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? You can see that chicken has been selected and it has become what? It has what? A border color, a background color, and then the text also changed. So if I select jollof, you see this is cool, isn't it? If I select pasta, this is beautiful. So, and it's also horizontally scrollable. So that's cool. After this, I'll come here and then write this in here. So we're going to say view. We're going to pass another view in here and then pass animated Scrollview, and then inside this Scrollview, let's pass some stuff into it. So we're going to say shows. Initially, it's going to be horizontally scrollable too. So we're going to just shows horizontal indicator on false. Then content container style. Content container style, we give it gap. Let's give it gap of 10. Padding horizontal of 10 as well. So we'll come here and get pressable. And inside the pressable, let's pass another style into it. And this style, we're going to give it background color. So the background color, we're going to use RGBA this time. RGBA. And then we're going to pass 100, 100, 100, and then pass opacity into it. So we're going to get the border width. The border width will be 1. So border width will be 1. Border radius, let's pass border radius. Let me bring it down here. Border radius. So border radius will be, pass border radius of 12 into it, and then pass padding. So let's give it padding of 7. So if I save that, you can see something is already coming up gradually. So we're going to get there very shortly. So we can come here. We'll come here and render text. And inside the text, the first one they had was promotions. If you check their app out, you see promotions. So I'm going to write promotions here, and you can see, cool, this is beautiful. So let's style it up and make it more beautiful. So I'm going to say style, and inside the style, I'm going to pass the font size. The font size, I'll get the font size of 15. Give it a color. Let's give it color of white. And also give it font weight. Let's give it font weight. Let's make it bold. Give it font weight of bold, and then let's give it text align center. Text align center. So let's see what we've got. And our color, it's not showing up. I have 3F there. Cool, this is beautiful. So that's what we wanted to achieve there. So we can bring this down. So the next one we want to do, I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to copy this and make adjustment to it accordingly. So I'll just bring it here and render it here. So in here, we want to render this, what we call, they had food type. So we had food type, and after the food type, after the text, there's an icon. So we're going to use ion icons. I don't think we have ion icons in here. We should ion icons. Okay, let me just import ion icons. Let's go to our restaurant card. I think we have, no, our home headers. We used icons there. Cool, yeah, so we have it. Let me just copy this, bring it here. So we can bring in ion icons now. So it's self-closing tag component. So inside the ion icon, we're going to give it a name, and the name will be, that's what we call chevron down. This is it. Then we have size. We'll give it size. Let's give it size 16. Let's give it color. Let's give it color of white. Color of white. So we have given it color of white. So let's see how it goes. So yeah, this is cool. So we need to style it up a little to make it more beautiful and make them align. It's too big now. So we'll come back to the pressable here. So inside the pressable here, we are going to give it, let's give it a flex direction, because it's supposed to stand beside it. So we're going to give it a flex direction of row and a comma. Then let's give it justify content, and then make it space between and add a comma. So let me bring this down. Then let's pass align items also. So align items, it will be center. Then let's give it, pass the comma. I'm gonna give it gap. Let's give it gap of 5. Pass the comma and let's see how it goes now. Cool, this is beautiful, it's better, right? So give it gap of 5. Then we'll retain the background, and then we'll still retain every other thing. So I think we're good to go. This is better. So I'm just going to copy these and duplicate, make changes to it accordingly as well. So duplicate it here, and then here it's called, they call this sort by. So sort by. If we save it, cool, that's it. So, and everything just worked out. We'll just leave it the same way, exactly the way it is right now. We don't need to change anything. So it has been done. All this has been done. So the next thing we need to pass now is the animations. The animations rather. So we'll come, let's start with the animation for the category section. So for the category section, so we're going to pass animation function to these two, so that when we scroll, we want to reduce the height of the headers, so that the height will not just remain when every other thing has been scrolled. It doesn't make sense that way. So that's the idea. So we'll quickly come here now and do, so inside here I'm going to pass, let's pass animate height. So let's animate the height. So I'm going to call it animate, let's call it animate headers height. So to do that, we're going to use our Scrollview offset y.interpolate, and then let's just copy the input and the output range, paste it here. So we're going to say, so when the input range is equal to 0, we want to maintain the max header height that we declared here. You remember? So this is it, the max header height. So we want to maintain it. That's 130. So I'll just pass that in here. So it will be max header height. So, and then when we start scrolling, so we are going to pass the max header height and subtract it from the mean header height, and then so we want to get the scroll distance. So that's why we copied it here, the scroll distance. So the scroll distance is 50. So as the user scrolls, we want to target the scroll distance and then reduce the height by the scroll distance. So we'll come here, inside here, we want to get the scroll distance, the distance when the user is scrolling, when it's scrolling the app. So that's how we also reduce the height of the headers. So that was why we wrote something like scroll distance, and the scroll distance we made it equal to 50. If I run you through it quickly, you can see scroll distance of 50. So when it's 50, we want to change. We want to make use of what the mean headers height. But when it's at 0, when the input range is at 0, we want to use the max header height. So that's the idea. So you can see it still remains the same. So the max header height is 130. I declare 130 is around 130. What they use is actually around that. And then we reduce it as the user scroll. Once it gets to, when the scroll position gets to 50, that's the scroll distance, then it will reduce the height to what? To mean header height, which is mean header height is 40 here. So it reduces from 130 to 40. So it keeps reducing as the scroll, it keeps reducing, and when it gets to 50, to reduce the header to 40. The header height will be 40. So now come in here, we need to pass that animation. We need to pass the animation to, we need to pass it to our animated, where is it? This, we need to pass it to this. So we'll come in here and say height, and then we'll pass animate header height, header's height to it. So if we save it now, and then you can see everything is fine. So but when I start scrolling, see what will happen. You see it reduces the height completely. It reduces the height. So you won't see it now because we passed the category and then the filter section, but initially it was there, the height was there, but now it has reduced the height. So quickly you will see what's really going on now. I'm going to pass the same thing to, I'm going to pass the same animation to the category and the filter so that you see the power in it. So let's come to our home screen. So inside our home screen, let's perform the animation. So we're going to perform two animations there. So the first one is we want to reduce the height of the category section when we scroll to. So to do that, we're going to come here and say const, let's say animate cat height. Let's call it animate cat height, and then we're going to use our scroll offset y. So we're going to use our scroll offset y and then pass our interpolate. So let me just quickly copy, where is it, our home header. Let's copy the input and output range there and bring it in here. So in here we're going to use 50. When it's 50, it will use the max header height, and when it's 100, let's make use of 100 here. So when it's 100 here, we will use the mean header height. So we need to copy. So let's come here and declare. Okay, let me just copy it from here. So come here. So max header height will be 130 and this will be 50. Let's use 50 here for the main header height. So we are good to go. So the next one we want to perform now is we are going to say const, let's say const animate cat animate categories. Let's call it animate categories, and inside that we are going to pass this. So we're going to use our transform. So we want to transform it. So let's copy this transform and paste it here. So but we won't be needing X and Y. So we'll just remove all these. We'll need the scale X in this context, and then we don't need the translate X and then the scale. Oops. So we're only going to be making use of the translate Y. We want to translate it Y into the Y axis. So we're going to say 50 here. So we're going to say 50 and then make this 100. And then let's translate this minus 90. And then we'll leave every other thing remains the same. So we can come here. So we can come to this. Let's go to our animated view, the first one here. So we'll pass the height. So we'll pass height. So we'll pass height, and the height will make it equal to animate. Let's say animate category height. Yes. And then here we'll create style inside here. So we have style, and inside the style, let's make it an array of style, and then we'll pass the animate categories into it. Cool. So let's save it and see what's going to happen now. So when I scroll, you see this is beautiful, and you can see the filter section will remain. It remains at that point. It becomes sticky, and then we can now see this is beautiful, isn't it? This is beautiful. And then if we scroll it down, everything comes back. And then when we scroll up again, so when we scroll, and then this remains at the top there. So for the filters too, so let's copy these and animate it so that we make it move a little too. So copy this and then bring it here. So let's say animate filters. Let's call these animate filters. So we want to, so when it's 0, and then we move this to -10. So when it's 100, we move it to -10, then we'll bring it to filters. So inside here, we'll bring the style into it, and then we'll give the style. We give the style, let's make it an array of style as well. So we say animate filters. Cool. So let's scroll again, and you can see This is beautiful, isn't it? So the filters are showing properly. So let me show you the difference. So if I save it now, oh sorry, so you can see it's dropping down. You can see it's not aligning correctly, so we had to move that a little. So if I take it back, you'll see the difference now. Beautiful. You want it that this way, isn't it? This is beautiful. So, and every other thing keeps scrolling, and then we have our perfect animation, and everything is working out very fine. And when you bring it down, see, this is beautiful, isn't it? So we'll continue. The next thing we want to do, we on press function, when the user click any of the restaurant, we want to go to the restaurant page, the restaurant screen, and bring the information about the restaurant. So we're going to do that. That's the next thing we want to do now. So quickly, I'll go to my screens, and let's get the restaurant screen. Let's get so I'll go to my screen. From the screen here, let's create another file. Let's call it restaurant screen.tsx. So I'm going to use my snip tsrn. So I'll go to my home screen. Let's just copy some things there from the home screen. So I'll come here from the home screen here and copy these. We'll need these. Oh no, let me copy from. Okay, we'll need that. So we'll need this and bring it to my restaurant screen. So I'll replace it with this. Then we'll go to our restaurant card. Let's copy the icons there. Bring it in here. Then let's go back to my home screen. So from my home screen, I'm just going to copy this. There's the save area view. I'll just copy it. Let me use the fragment. And let's close that. Cool, we're good to go. So I'm going to save this. So we'll come back to the home screen and perform the onPress function. So inside our home screen, if we go to our scroll view, our restaurant, the scroll view for the restaurant. So if we come here, that's it. It's here. So if we come here, we need to pass the onPress function into it. So we'll come here and say onPress. So the onPress will navigate. So we'll navigate toward the restaurant screen. So let's go to our root navigator as well, and then pass the restaurant screen into it. So we'll go to our, yes, we'll come here to our root stack params, and then let's do the restaurant. Let's do the restaurant display. And then inside the restaurant display, let's call it, okay, let's just call it food item params. So food item params, it will have an ID. The ID will be of string. It will have name, and the name will be string. It will have image URL, which is string. It has a description, a string, and then it has it has price. Price will also be number. Then the quantity will be number as well. Then delivery time from. Which is number, and delivery time to. It's also number. Okay, we can pass, let's pass length, but I really don't think we'll need it, but in case we'll need it, so we'll make it optional. Then we also have rating count. Let's pass the rating count, make it optional. So that's it. So for now, we'll come down here. I'm just going to copy this and edit accordingly. Whoosh. So I'll copy this and I'll make this equal to restaurant. What did I call it? I called it restaurant display. So restaurant display, and then we're going to bring in the restaurant screen. Cool, and it has been imported. So we'll go to our restaurant screen. Let's bring it in here too. So in our restaurant screen, we're going to bring the root stack the root stack screen props rather, and then so should have home and restaurant display. So we'll bring the restaurant display into it, and then we pass our navigation and our route. So we're good to go. We save it. So we can now do the navigation from the home screen now. So from the home screen, we're now going to say navigation.navigate. So navigation.navigate, we will now navigate to the restaurant. Cool. And then we'll pass the food item. That's the thing. So the food item params that we have here, food item params, we need to pass it to our restaurant for it to work. So we'll pass it to our restaurant, and that's it. Everything is fine. Oh, restaurant. Cool. We're good to go. So we'll save that. So when you click on any of it, it'll navigate toward the restaurant screen. Okay. So let's save this. Let's save our home screen. So I'm going to click on select the Chicken Republic restaurant so that it will navigate. So we can navigate to the restaurant screen. So if I click on that now, cool, and you see it has navigated to the restaurant screen. So if we go to the restaurant screen now, for us to see that this thing actually works, let's get the params. So let me come here and bring out so let's say const. So let's destructure the root. So say root dot params dot food items. So you see, so we can get the ID. You can see we got the ID. So if I come here now, let's pass the ID. So you see that the ID, everything is working fine. So I can pass the ID, and then let's pass it to, let's give it a style. Let's give it font color, font size. Let's give it font size of 40, color, because primarily to be black, so let's make it white. And let's say, cool, you can see we got the ID. So let's do the name. If I pass the name, let me pass the name. If I pass the name, you'll see it will show Chicken Republic, because that's the item we select, that's the restaurant we selected. Cool. So everything is working out very fine, very well. So we're able to get the information. So I'm going to take this out. We don't need it. So in here, because we're also going to be performing animations here too. The same thing, that's just the same way they did it from Glovo app. So if I come here, I'm going to pass the style. And the style will be an array of style. So for now, I'm going to pass the z index. Let's pass the index of 100 to this. And then we'll just leave it this way. We'll come back to it later. And then let's have another animated view. Animated.view. So inside this view, let's pass some style into it. So we'll say, let's give it flex direction of row. Flex direction of row, justify content of space between. Align items. So we make it center. Let's give it padding horizontal. Let's give it padding horizontal of 7. Then inside the view, we're going to pass pressable. And we're going to use onPress. onPress will be equal to, we'll go back. So it will be like this. So navigation dot go back. So we'll use navigation dot go back. Sorry, made a mistake. Yep, supposed to be like this. Yeah, navigation dot go back. So everything is fine now. Then we want to pass our iron icon into it, iron icons. Then give it a name. So we use our chevron back. Yes, we use chevron back. Then we give it size. The size will be 30. And then color will be white. So if we press that now, we can go back to our restaurant, our home screen rather. So I'll just see it's working beautifully. So after that we'll render another view. So we'll render another view here. And inside this view, we're going to render text. And let's style it. So we're going to give it font size. Let's give it font size of 14. Then let's give it color of white. And inside here we'll bring, so let's get our, okay, let me just call it, let's do it this way so that I won't have to destructure everything. So I'm just going to call it, let's call the food item params rather. So I can just say food item params and then get the name. So we get the name and cool, you can see it's showing up. That's cool. Then after that, we'll come here. We'll come here and display another pressable. Let's have another pressable here. And inside this pressable, we're going to have our iron icon again. So I'm just going to display something. Let me just display heart here. Then color. The color will be white. And then we have size. Let's give it size of 24. And let's add style into it. Let's give it padding. So let's give it padding of 5. So let's see how it goes. Cool. So everything is working out fine. So that's the idea. That's what we wanted to achieve. So let's say I pick another restaurant. So let's pick this restaurant, Toast Pan. So if I pick Toast Pan, you can see it's beautiful. Everything is working out fine. So we're going to come out of this view. And then we also come out of this animated dot. Let's come out of the animated. So we'll come here to another animated dot view. So we'll just leave it here for now. We'll come back to it later. So now we want to display the restaurant information, both the image, the description, delivery time, everything. We want to display it here, and we want to give it we want to use the animated, and then we'll use animated or scroll view. And inside the animated or scroll view, we're going to have horizontal, and shows horizontal indicator will make it false. So we also want to pass some styles into it. So let's say content container style, and then we'll make it, let's we'll pass padding horizontal to it, and let's give it 5. And I think we're good to go. We just leave it that way. So here we need to pass what? We need to pass. So in here we'll pass the menu that belongs to the restaurant. So we'll go and we'll fetch all the menu that belongs to the restaurant that we just selected, and then we'll display them here. So we want to display the restaurant menu, and to do that we need to go back to our data and write the type for the menu there. So if you discover, this is the category we used earlier. So we have the restaurant, we've done that. So we have the menus here. So you can see every restaurant, each restaurant has list of menu. Don't worry, like I said, I'll make sure I leave this at the description. I'll leave the link for you to get the data so you can also use it. So you just check the description box to get all that. So you can see the menu, we have the menu name, we have the ID, and then we have the restaurant ID. So that's what we're going to use. And you can see I already give an explanation, a brief explanation to it. So this is for Chicken Republic. So these are the menus from Chicken Republic. And then if you come here now, you can see these are the menu from what? Toast Pan. So we have all the menus here. So you have access to the data too. Just check the link. So I'll write the type check for this so that we can pass it to it and use it. So let's go to this types check params. So we are going to, let's export interface. So we have export interface. Let's call it menu params. So inside the menu params, we're going to have ID. ID will be string. So we have the menu name. The menu name is also string. We have the description. The description is string. And then we have restaurant ID. So the restaurant ID is also string. So, and that's all we need to do here. So we save it here, go back to our restaurant data and pass it to the menu. So we are going to import menu params, and it's also an array. Do not forget that. So everything is working. And note, you can see the names are the same: ID, menu name, description, restaurant ID. So it's very important. So that's why we're passing the type. We're checking the types. We're passing the types check toward them. So do you understand? So we have ID, menu name, description, and restaurant ID. The same thing. Cool. So let's go back to our restaurant screen. So this is our restaurant screen. From our restaurant screen, we can now import the menu. So to do this, I'll come inside here. So to do this, I'm going to say, so I'm going to import menus. So menus has been imported. So we use the filter method. So using the filter method, we'll call the menu. So I'm going to call it menu. So for each menu in the menus list, so we want to get each menu where the restaurant ID, you can see, where the restaurant ID is equal to the food item dot ID, food item params dot what ID. So you can see because we link them up, the restaurant ID, every menu has a restaurant ID. So to show the restaurant it belongs to. So for each of the item inside the menu that has the restaurant ID equal to the food item params dot ID, we want to perform what? The map function. We'll map through it. And so let's get the menu list, and then let's get the index. So we'll map through it and then return all the lists. So we're going to use pressable. Cool, and everything is working out fine. So we're going to use pressable, and inside this pressable, we're going to have to pass some props to it. So let's get the key so that I won't get an error. So let's pass the key into it, and the key, let's use the index as a key. Then let's style it. So inside the style, we're going to give it height. Or for now, let's just leave the height. Let's just do margin horizontal. Oh, I see where the error is coming from, style. So margin horizontal, let's give it 10. So we're going to have the margin horizontal, make it 10. Then let's come inside the pressable. Inside this pressable, the first thing we want to display is the text and the menu name. So we'll bring up text. Let's pass some styles into it. So inside it, we're going to have, let's get the color. The color will be white. Let's give it font size. Let's give it font size of 16. Let's give it font weight of bold. So we'll give it So just leave it, let's just leave it this way. And then we'll come here and say menu list dot, let's get the name, the menu name. So let's save it. Cool. This is beautiful, isn't it? So you can see we are displaying the list of the menu under what? Under Chicken Republic. So, and it's horizontally scrollable. This is beautiful, isn't it? It's really. After that, we'll come out of this pressable, come out of the animated scroll view, everything. So I think we're done with that. So we've been able to display the menu list that belongs to our Chicken Republic. So if I go back and choose another restaurant, let's choose Toast Span. So from Toast Span, you see that it's different. You see we have sandwiches, burger, and wraps. So I only provided a menu list for 3 restaurants there because of time constraints. So you can go ahead and do more as you wish. So because of time constraint, the method is the same. So if you add more items to it, it will work. So for now, it's only Chicken Republic and then Toast Pan that I provided what data for. So we can move up. So after that, the next thing we want to do is, so we'll go back to our restaurant screen. So let's go back to our restaurant screen. Yep. So I'm passing animated to all these things because we'll be performing some animations later on them. So we'll come here, animated dot view, and then inside here we'll pass pressable into it, and for the pressable we'll give it some styles. So inside the pressable we're going to pass iron icons. So let me pass the iron icon first. So iron icons with then we'll give it a name. The name will be chevron. So we're going to use chevron back as well. Then give it size. So we'll give it size of 25. And then color, let's give it color of, let's give it white. So we save that. So just follow through with me, you'll see what we're trying to achieve. So let me just write the code, then you'll see by the time we pass animation. So because we're passing to chevron back, they are doing two different things. So you'll see, just run along and be patient with me. You see the essence, the sense behind it very shortly. So I'm going to come to the pressable here and pass some styles into it. So I'm going to style. So I'm going to give it margin left. So I'm going to give a margin left of 12. Then z index of 990. Give it position of absolute, and give it top 20. Justify content. Let's make it center. Then we're going to have align items. So align items will also be center. Then let's give it flex direction. Flex direction of row. So let's bring the flex direction so that it can make sense. You understand? So let's bring it here. So flex direction. So align item center, flex direction row, and then background color. So let's bring background color down. Background color, we're going to be using RGBA. So RGBA. Then we're going to say 0. We're going to say 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 20, and we're going to use 0.7 opacity. Then we'll give this width. Let's give it width of 40, and give it height. Let's give it height of 40 as well, and then border radius. So give it border radius of 20. So we're good to go. So I'll save it. Cool. That's where we want it to be. So I'll copy this pressable and duplicate it. So here will be margin right instead of left. So it will be margin right, and the margin right will be 12. So z index will be 99. then position absolute, every other thing should remain the same, except for the fact that we'll pass. Okay, let me come here. So this, let's call it share outline. So this will be share outline. Cool. So let's see so that we can adjust. So good. So we're going to move this to the right. So top. So let's move it to the right hand side. So to move it to the right, so we say right 0. So it should go to the right. Cool. So this is what we want to achieve there. That's what we wanted to achieve. So align item, flex direction, everything should remain the same. Every other thing remains the same. So that's just the idea. So we can go out of that animated view. So we'll render another animated dot view. So let's render the restaurant image URL here. So to do that, we'll come inside here and pass the. So we're supposed to pass animated.image rather here. So I'll make it self-closing tag. So let's pass the source. So that will be URI. So the URI will be, that will be food item params dot image URL. So if we save that, we should have. So we've not styled it, that's why nothing is showing up. There's no width, there's no height yet. So let's quickly pass that into it, so we can have them up. So we'll give it, let's give it width. Let's give it width of 100%. Let's give it height. Let's give it height of 210. Let's give it a resize mode and make it cover. So let's make it cover. And then let's give it position absolute. Position absolute. So if we save it now, we should have the image. Cool. So the image is showing up very well. So another thing, there's a drawback now. You can see the chevron icon and then the share icon are no longer showing. So to bring it back, so we're going to just say the index for this and make this index -1. So it will be at the back. Cool. So you can see it's coming up gradually. So, and then we have to do, so we'll leave it here for now. We'll come back and do the rest stylings very shortly. So we'll come out of the animated view, animated.image rather, and then inside here we'll render the scroll view. So let's have a scroll view that we'll use, because we also need to perform some animations in it. So let's pass some props to the scroll view. So inside the scroll view, let's pass shows vertical scroll indicator and make it false. Make it false. Content container style. So padding top, let's give it padding top. Padding top of 120. And then give it padding bottom of 20. We'll give it padding bottom of 20. So in here too, let's pass style to it. And inside the style, let's pass the index and make the index -1 as well. So we'll come back to it later too, because there are other things we still need to pass into that. So for now, let's go and render the restaurant informations, the restaurant info rather. So we'll come here. So let's have view. Have style and background color. Background color and then border top. Let's give it border top right radius. Yes, they use something like that. Border top right radius. And it's equal to 70. So we'll come inside this view and then have let's render another view. And inside this view, let's pass style into it. Let's give it margin top of 20, margin horizontal of 10. then render text. Inside the text, we are going to have the food item params dot name. And let's give it style. So let's give it style font size 15. Let's give it a color white. And then let's give it font weight of bold. So let's save it. Cool. So you see, so it's coming up gradually. So we'll continue. So the next thing we want to do, we quickly need to create a component. Let's call it restaurant info. So we'll come to our component folder here and let's create restaurant info.tsx. So inside this restaurant info now, let's just use our tsr. So quickly copy from our restaurant card. So let's just copy all this, what we need in them, and bring it to our restaurant info. Where's our restaurant info? It's here. So paste it here. Let's come here and let's write the interface in here. So let's call it restaurant props. So restaurant params. We'll call it props. So inside it, let's write info. So the info, we're going to have the restaurant name. So the restaurant name, let's make it undefined. So it's going to have like. So like is number. Then we have delivery form and delivery to. Let me just go to our restaurant card. Delivery form, delivery to. I think we'll also need. Okay, we'll need delivery from, delivery to, delivery price. Okay, let me just copy this. And we'll make adjustment to it. So delivery from, delivery to, then delivery fee. Yes, this will be delivery fee. They use delivery fee and a string. Then delivery price. Let's have delivery price here. So it's gonna be of number. And then I think we have prime too. They use something called prime. So after that, after the info, we'll come out here and write the image URL. So the image URL will be string, and then we'll have the display text. So the display text will be, let's make it undefined, and string, then index. You can pass the optional chain into it too. So in here, let's do structure. So we'll have the restaurant props, and then we can bring the info, and I think we only need the info, might not need the remaining ones. Let me just bring them, the image URL, the display text, and the index. So in here, let me just pass the empty fragment. So in here, I'm going to pass view. So inside this view, I'm going to give it, let's give it some style. So I'm going to give it margin horizontal. So margin horizontal will be 25. I'll give a gap of 20. I'll give a flex direction of row. I'll give it justify content space between. Justify content space between, and then I'll check the view again. I'll put the view. Whoosh. So I'll add another view, and this time let me just give this I'll give it style. Let's give it padding vertical. So let's give it padding vertical of 5. So inside this, I'm going to have the view. So inside this view, we had something close to that when we did. So let me just copy the style here. Yeah. So we're just going to copy it and then make adjustment to it. So here we're going to have 100, 100. Let's make this 200. And in here we're going to pass in the material icon. It has a name. And then we're going to call it thumb up alt. Then color will be white. Then size will be 25. I'll come out of that view. So we'll come here and say if the restaurant has like, if the like is not equal to undefined. So we're going to get a like. So if it's not equal to undefined, we will display the number of likes. So if it's not equal to undefined, we'll display this, render this, else you'll render this. So let's bring it down here. And then we're going to pass view. So let's pass style into this. And inside here, we're going to give it align items, center, padding vertical will be 5. Padding vertical will be 5. Text. So we have text. And inside the text, let's pass some styles into it. So let's give it number of lines and make it 1. Then let's give styles. So the style will be, let's give it color. So the color of white. We'll give it font size of 13. We'll give it font weight of bold. We'll give it align items of center. And then we can come here and display the info.like. So let's pass this into it and then pass the percentage. Else, let's just copy this and bring it in here and pass this. Let's make adjustment to it. So we use the style align items 5 and then number of lines 1. And in here, we're just going to pass this is what they passed in it. So we save it and we can continue. So we'll come out of this place, we'll come out of that and get another view. So this view will have style. So style, let's give it padding vertical. So padding vertical of 5. And then we give another view here and give it style. So we'll give it a style. Let's copy the style we had here. There's the style we had. Yes, the style. Then we can also make use of the material icon. The material icon. So in here, we're going to use alarm. So, and that's all about that. So we'll come out of that view, render another view. Okay, let me just save these and let's try to display some of this information so you can see how it's coming up in real time. So let's go to our restaurant screen. So from our restaurant screen, I'm going to bring up the restaurant info component. So we see restaurant info. So it's already asking for, so we have to pass the image URL. So the image URL will pass HTTP. So the image is inside my asset. The image you want to use here is inside my asset. So if you're using Mac computer, you don't need to pass the IP address. You just pass localhost. But if you're using Windows computer, you might need to pass this IP address to make it work. So 0.3. So, and remember, the port is very important. I'm currently using port 8081. So the port you are using to run the project must be the same with the port you pass here. So assets. So I'm tagging it from my asset, and there's inside my asset, I have the rating regular. So I have the rating regular, and it's a PNG format. So that's it. Then another thing we want to get is the display text. And the display text is equal to, so I'm going to give it name, then the info. So we get the info too. So right now, if we save everything, cool, you can see this is beautiful. You can see everything is changing now, and it's making better sense. It's making much sense with time. So that's the idea. You can see what we've been doing since. So we had the from the restaurant info. So we have the alarm and the like. So you can see both of them are coming up and they're displaying very well. So we'll continue. So let's come here and let's get the delivery time. So if info.delivery time, there's a delivery time from, and let's use the and operator, info dot, so info dot delivery time to, if both are not undefined. So we must have value for both of them for this to display. So if both are not undefined, then you render this, else render this one. So we'll come inside here and let's take this. We'll just take this and then make adjustment to it. So let's pass align items and make it center here. Then let's pass the one that has text. Yes, let's pass this to it. Yes, this is what we should have passed. So let's remove this and pass this text. So inside here, we're just going to pass, let's pass info the delivery time from, and then info the delivery time to. So else, let's come here, else we pass this. So else we pass this. That's it. It's as simple as that. So if we save it, cool. So the next thing is, we'll come out of this view also. So let's copy this whole thing, paste it here and make adjustments to it. So we have here, let's have align items. So center, then we'll pass view, then we have this remains the same. So in the icon here, let's use ion icons. So here we're going to use the bicycle. So call it bicycle outline. So bicycle outline, and every other thing remains the same. So we are going to change this to delivery. If delivery price, if delivery price, so good. If delivery price is not equal to undefined, so we'll display this. If delivery price is not equal to undefined, so we have align items center. Then we'll remove this. So give you another criteria here. So we'll come here and say if delivery, if info.delivery, if info.delivery, if info.delivery fee, where's the delivery fee? Yes, if info.delivery fee equal to is equal to free. If it's equal to free, so do this again. There are two things going on there in the app, So quickly, let me write that. So we're going to give it a style, and the style, we are going to align items center, and then the view here, we're going to render another view, and then this will give it a style of, we'll give it a style of flex direction row, align items center, justify content, so it's also center. Then we'll pass the text in here. So we'll pass the text in here, and the text, let's give it number of lines, will be 1. So style will be flex direction. No, style will be color. So we'll give it a color of white. We'll give it font size. We'll give it font size of 13 and font weight. So we'll give it font weight of bold. And inside here, I'm going to put the Naira sign because I'm writing this from Nigeria, so you can put your own country currency. So I'm going to render another text. Give it style as well. So inside the style, I'm going to give it color of white. Let me just copy this, paste it in here, and then add some other color, some other styles into it as well. So I'm going to say text. There's what called text decoration. Text decoration line. So I'm going to give it line through. And inside here, I'm going to display. I will say info. So info.delivery price, and then put this. So else we're just going to say text. So let me just copy this, bring it here. So we're just going to have this, everything is the same, number of lines, it's 1, then style. So we won't use, we won't use this here. And then add info, then put the delivery price. So that's it. Cool. You can see this is beautiful, isn't it? So if there's no price, you can see the way everything is aligning. So because we've not added any of this information at the front, that's why nothing is showing. So it is undefined, and you can see what we have. So next we'll render another view. So we want to display the prime. So I'll just come here, come to the view where we use the material icon, so it makes more sense here. So let me pick this. I'll bring it down here, yeah. So for this, I'm just going to say align items center. So I'm going to say align items center, and then I will have my material icons here. Inside my material icons, I'm going to use settings, and I'm not going to use this. So I'm going to take this out just to clean up on the ground. So I'll just come here and render prime. So let's just call it prime. That's it. So if I bring it up, cool. So everything is working fine. This is how they have it in the on the Glovo app. This is how they have it. So we'll continue and do the last thing before we go and render and pass in the information from our restaurant screen. So we'll come here. We'll come here and render animated.view. So animated.view here. Okay, we have not imported animated. Yes, there's no animated in here. So inside animated, let's give it a style. Let's style it up. So we're going to give it flex direction of row, and then we'll give it align items center. We'll give it justify content center. Then let's give it a background color. So we're going to be using our RGB. So we use 255. Then we'll give it opacity of 0.7. Let's give it border radius. Let's give it border radius of 20. Let's give it height of 38. Margin horizontal. Let's give it margin horizontal of 10. Margin vertical of 12, and then margin bottom. So margin bottom of 35. So we save that. Cool. You can see this is beautiful. So we're going to use it to render the search icon just the same way they have it on the app. So we are going to render a pressable, and we're going to give the pressable style. Let's give it position absolute. Let's give it a padding. So let's give it padding of 10. We'll give it flex direction of row. So we'll give it align items center, justify content center. Let's give it justify content space. Let's give it space. I think we need it to have space around it. So let's make it space around. Then we're going to pass and design. Do we have and design? Yes, we do. That's a problem. Oh, so and design is supposed to be in here. And design. So inside the and design, we're going to give it the name search1, size 22, then color. So if we do it, cool, you can see the search icon, the lens inside there. So that's the thing. So the next thing is we want to render a text inside it too, beside it. So we're going to pass a text input. Okay, we need to bring in text input from React Native. We need to import it from React Native. So placeholder, we'll have the placeholder there. So let me use object literals. So I'm going to say search in. Then remember why we use object literals to combine strings with JSX. So this is JSX now. I'm going to write info dot restaurant name. So that's the idea. And I can pass, let's pass style, let's style that a little too. So let's give it font size. Let's give font size of 20 and color white. So cool, you can see search in. So we've not passed that from our restaurant screen. So as soon as we pass it, it will reflect there. So I think we are good to go. So let's go to our restaurant screen. So from our restaurant screen now, let's pass the information inside here so that we can have them up. So we're going to pass restaurant name. So restaurant name will be equal to food item params.name. So it will change from undefined. You can see search in Chicken Republic. That's working fine now. And then the next thing we'll do is let's get the delivery time from. So I'm passing it into our food item dot delivery time from. So let's break it down so we'll see it. So the food delivery time from. Then the next one is delivery time to, and then we can get the food item params dot delivery time to. It's throwing an error. What's the error there? Oh yeah, it's expected a comma from here. We're supposed to pass a comma here. Yeah, that's where the error is coming from. So we're good to go. So the next thing we'll pass into here is let's get after delivery time to, we can also pass the delivery fee. Yeah, the delivery fee, and we're going to make the delivery fee free. Keep forgetting to pass the comma. Yeah, and it's working now. Then delivery price, let's pass delivery price. So if we save all that now, you see things start changing up. You can see this is beautiful. This is cool, isn't it? So if I remove the delivery price, see what we've got. You can see everything is working out fine. So there's still one more thing we are missing. If it's free, there's a stroke through now, and it's supposed to show that it's free. So I think we didn't remember to add that. Where's our, so if delivery info, if it is free, then display the naira sign, the currency, the price, and after the price immediately we are supposed to, yes, it's supposed to be here. So they had something like that. So after this view, we're supposed to render another view. So we're supposed to render this view. So inside is, we're supposed to have the style. We're supposed to have the style, and we give it a background color of orange. We give it background color of orange, border width. So border width will be 1. Border radius will be 7. Then we give it a padding of 3, flex direction, row. And inside it we want to display text. Want to display the text, and then inside the text we're going to have info. So info.delivery fee. So supposed to bring that delivery fee. Cool, you can see that's it. So we're supposed to have that. So let's style that Edit2, so make it a little more beautiful. So we will, let's give it number of line. No, we're going to pass let's give it color black. So 000. Then we give it font size. Let's give font size 13, and then font weight. Let's give it font weight of bold. and then let's give it number of line 1, so that no matter what we pass into it, it won't be more than 1. So beautiful, and it looks brighter. So that's the idea. This is cool. So if we come back to our restaurant screen, so if it's not free, if it's not equal to free, let me remove 1. You see it won't be there. Cool. You can see this is beautiful, and everything is aligning correctly. This is cool. So, and if it's there, you still see we get the alignment, everything's fine. So we can continue. So after this, we want to render the menu items. So we've been able to get the menu list on top. You can see the menu list at the top. For Chicken Republic, we have burger and sandwiches, chicken special, and then we have 1, 2 rice. So we want to display the menu items for each of these menus. So for each of the menu, we'll have the menu first, then we'll have the menu items under it, and that's how we're going to do for all the menu for all of the restaurants, the menus and the menu items. So let's get going with that. So we'll come here and then render a view. So I'm just going to render everything inside here. I'm not going to be using a component this time. So I want to render everything here. So we're going to give a margin horizontal of 10, and then margin top. So we'll give a margin top. Let's just give a margin top of 0 for now. So we'll come in here. So before that, let's go back to our data, because we've not passed the types to our menu items. So let's go and do that too. So we've passed to the menu. So we have the menu items. So these are the menu items. We have the array of the menu items. So you can see these are the menu items, and then we have arranged everything. So you'll see it in the link. So let's not waste time on that. So you see it. I'm going to get the types. So let's write the types for it. So we'll come here and then let's do export interface menu item params. So menu item params, it's going to have an ID. It'll have ID of string. It'll have name of string. It'll have image will be of string. It'll have description and a string. So we'll have price. Price will be number. We'll have quantity. Quantity will be number. We'll have menu ID. Menu ID will be string. So we have a restaurant ID as well. Need to be string. We have additives. We're going to be passing additives to it. So let's quickly write for additives, because not all the restaurant that has additive. So we'll come here and let's get the interface for, let's call it additive. So let's get additives, and then we're going to give it an ID. ID will be string. We'll give it name. Name will be string. We give it parent ID. Parent ID string. We give it price. So price will be optional, because there are some of the additives that will not have price. That's the way they did it. That's the way Glovo, that's how they did it. So disabled. So you will see what I'm talking about shortly. Disabled. We'll also make it optional, and it's going to be Boolean. So inside this additive, we're going to have interface, and we're going to have additive params. So inside the additive params, we're going to have the ID. and it will be string. We have additive type. Additive type will be of string. Then we'll have additive info. So additive info will be, or let me just call it additives, and then we'll make it equal to what? Additives, and it will be an array. So that's it. So we'll now come into this place, and inside additives, so inside additives will be equal to additive params, and it will be an array. So that's the idea. So for restaurant or menu items that do not have additives, so that's why we have to pass the what? The undefined, the optional chaining. If not, it will throw an error. So that's the idea there. So we also have additive total. You will see how we're going to use everything shortly. So it also have to be, we need to pass undefined if there's no value, because it's not all of the items that has additive. So subtotal. So subtotal, we'll have subtotal, and it will be number. Then though we have the total price. Total price. The total price will be of number as well. Then we have the quantity count. The quantity count, so Q count, will also be a number. Then we'll have the length. The length will also be of number. Then we have the delivery time. So the delivery time from will be number, and delivery time to will also be of number. So for now, this is all we'll need. So let's just save it and come to our restaurant data and pass the, what did we call it again? Menu item params. So if everything work out well, it won't throw an error. Menu item params, and it has to be, so it seems we have an error. So where's the error coming from? Additive info. Oh, we used additive info, so let's just change it to additive info. So it's inside this additives params. So here, where is it? Additive info. So let's save that, and everything is fine now. So there's no more error. So we're also good to go here. So we'll come back here. Let's go to our restaurant screen. So inside our restaurant screen, our restaurant screen, the first thing we need to do now is we need to get the menu for each restaurant. For the restaurant the user selected, we need to get the menus, and from the menus we can now attribute the menu items that belongs to each. So we categorize them under each of under their respective menus. So to do that, we are going to use the same filter method we used earlier on, and we're going to get the menus first. So we filter it so that we can group it, can perform that group. So we get the menu, and then we get for each menu, so get the menu dot id, the restaurant id. This time is the restaurant id that we need, and we'll make it equal to, because every food, so we'll make it equal to what? The food item params dot id. So that will help us to get the menu of that restaurant. So from there we can now we perform the map function method rather, and then we get the menu list, just like we did earlier on. So we get the menu list, get the index. So we can render what? The menus for this restaurant. So if I take the view, so I'm going to use this view, pass the key into it, so we won't have error. So we're going to pass the view. So let's pass style into this as well, and then we're going to give it margin top. So margin top, let's make it margin top of 50. So margin top of 50, and then margin bottom. margin bottom of 10. Let's pass the key. So we're going to use menu list dot id, and inside here let's pass text. So inside the text here, we give it a style. So let's give it a style of color white, font size of 18, font weight of bold, Then we pass the menu list dot menu name. Cool. So if we do that now, cool, you can see it's bringing it up. So we have burgers, we have chicken special and rice. So we are doing very fine. So after that, after the list, now from the list we can now pass in their various menu items, and to do that we're still going to use the same method. So we're going to we're now going to import the menu items, then filter it. So filter it and get the item. Let's get the item object. Let's get the item. So for each item object, so we are going to say item object, then get, because for each menu item it has what? It has a menu ID. So each menu item belongs to a menu. So each menu item, each food item is a child of what? A menu. So that's the idea. So you'll see it very shortly. So we're going to say menu, so menu ID. So you see we have menu ID there. So we have menu ID where the menu ID is equal to the menu list. Is equal to the menu list. Okay, I think this is where the error is coming from. So I'm going to bring this out. It's supposed to be here. So you see, so menu list dot, see it's bringing it up. So menu list dot id, so we can perform the map function. So we're going to get the item, the index, and then we're going to map through it. Yep. So we're going to use the view. So we shouldn't have any error anymore. Good, there's no error anymore. So quickly, let's style this. So we're going to give this margin top. Let's give it margin top of, no, let's give this background color rather. So let's give it background color of F0, F0, F0. Or let's just give it background color of black. We give background color of black. We give it margin vertical. Let's give it margin vertical of 3. Then let's give it padding top. So let's give it padding top of 10. So we need to pass the key also. So we'll pass index as the key. So we'll come inside here. Inside here, let's render pressable. And let's style it. Let's give it flex direction of row, and justify content space between. So we'll come here, let's render the image for each of the items. So we'll come here and let's bring in the image. So we need to import image. So let's get a source, and it's going to be URI as usual, and So we're now going to get it from item.image. This is it. So that's where we'll get the image from. So let's pass some style into it so we can have the image. So we're going to give it 100, width of 100, height of 100, then resize mode. So resize mode will be contain. So we should have the image. Cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? You can see, so for each of the items, so we have 3 menu items for burger and sandwich. So you can see for chicken special, and then for rice, see we have 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. And then for chicken we have 2 items, and for burger and sandwiches we have 3. So this is working out very fine. So to demarcate them, to make them different from each other, we're just going to go back to this and let's pass border bottom to it. So border bottom color, yeah. So border bottom color, let's pass something into that. Let's pass F0. Let's see that. Then we need to pass width. We need to pass the border width for it to show. So let's make it 2. Cool, you can see. So this is cool, isn't it? So so after the image, we want to pass the name and the price. Yes, I think that was what it did. So we'll just come out of the view so we can come here and say text. Let's pass some props into a number of lines. Let's give it number of lines. For these, let's give it number of lines 3, and then let's give it some style. So we give it width. You can see style. So we give it width of 120. Let's give it flex wrap. So flex wrap and make it wrap. Then we give it font size. Let's give it font size of 16. Let's give it color. Let's give it color white. And then let's give it align item center. So we'll come here and then we have, let's call item.name. So we save that now. Cool, you can see this is beautiful. So, and it's bringing the name of each of those menu item. So we have the names there. So the next thing we can also do is the price. Yeah, I think they have the price there too. So we'll just come here and get another text. And inside the text, we are going to render the item.price, and then make it this. Cool. So it has already created the space. So we need to style it for it to show. Primarily, it will be color black, and we're using a black background, so that's why it's not showing. So we need to pass this font size will be 16. And then color, let's make the color white. Cool, you can see everything is showing forth, showing very well. So let's just pass the currency. So you can pass your own currency. Like I said, I'll be using Nigerian Naira. So cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? This is beautiful and lovely. So that was what they did there. And if you check through everything, you see it's rendering correctly and very well. So we'll continue very shortly. So we'll come back to the animations, but before we do that, let's make sure we finish up with this. Then we'll go and do all the animations. You're going to love them. You're going to love the animation aspect. Just be patient and wait for that. So the next thing we'll do now, we'll go to the animations. The animation. Now first, when the screen display, the first header won't be shown. So the first header that carries the name of the restaurant, the Chicken Republic, the back arrow, and the heart icon will not be shown. That's it. So when we scroll, and when we scroll down, the restaurant image is supposed to enlarge. It's supposed to enlarge. So we're going to achieve that now. Let's do that. And then the initial state, when the page load, when the screen load, the first header shouldn't be there. So it's by animation. So let's go and achieve all that now. That's what we're going to do. So go to the top. So here, this is where we're going to pass that. So we're going to come here and pass that animation. So let's write the animation first before we pass anything into it. So let's call it const. Let's say animate header. Animate header. So we're just going to make it. So let me copy from our home, from our home header. Okay, we can even get it from home screen too. We pass some animation to our home screen. Yes, we need this. Exactly, this is what we need. So let's copy this and take it to our restaurant screen. So let's use another name here. So let's call it scroll Y. So let's declare the state for scroll Y. So we're going to call it const scroll Y and set scroll Y. Const scroll Y and set scroll Y is equal to use state new animated dot value, and then we're going to pass the initial value to be 0. So everything is fine. So we'll go back to the scroll Y. So, and it's translate Y also. So at first, so when it is 0, we want to make the output to be minus 200, and when it's 200, we want to make it equal to 0. So it will come down then. So, and that's all we need to pass in here. So we come to this place. Let's say animate header. Cool. So if we save it now, you see Chicken Republic should be off. That first header should be off. Cool. This is beautiful. That's what we wanted. So it's off. So the next thing we need to do is we need to go and pass the function to our scroll view. Our scroll view that we're using to scroll the restaurant screen. So I'm just going to copy from the home scroll view the function we passed to it so that we can run a little faster and make adjustment to it. So we're just going to copy something from this. Yep. So let's just copy this and bring it to our restaurant screen. Let's locate the scroll view. Yes, this is the scroll view. So I'm going to come in here and take this out. We already have it there. And it's supposed to be show vertical, not horizontal. So we'll come here on scroll. So let's call this new offset Y. So let's call this new offset Y. And every other thing that remains the same. So let's make this. Let's call it set scroll Y. So we target set scroll Y and pass animated dot value. So animated dot value will be equal to new offset Y. So if we save it, now let's scroll. See the initial state. So when you scroll and it's up to 200, it should come. You can see this is beautiful. And see, this is cool. This is cool, isn't it? So when you scroll, see it comes down as it goes what? Up. So that's the idea. So when the header, the first header is coming down, the second one, the one here, the back and the share icon, they're supposed to what? They will scroll up. So they will scroll up and the header will come down. and when the ender is going up, these ones, they will come down, so they will be displayed. So that's the animation we are going to be performing now. That's crazy. It's a lot of work, trust me. So I'm going to get that done. So before we do that, also we also need to animate the background color. You can see the background color is not set for those areas. So we'll come here, we'll come to this second, the second animated, and then we're going to pass style onto it, an array of style. So we're going to give background color. So let's say background color. I keep making a mistake with the style. Background color. Yeah. So the background color will be equal to animate header color, and then we're going to pass the height. So let's just do for the boat. So let's do. So we'll come here and say const. Let's call it const animate header bg color. So we're just going to make it equal to scroll dot interpolate. So let's get the input and the output here and make adjustment to it. So when it's 0, we want to make it black. And when it's 100, we want to also make it black. So we'll give the background color there. Then let's also do for the height. We also need to animate the height. So animate header height. Let me just do it this way. Let's use this to represent height. So when the height, when the scroll y is equal to 100, we want to bring the height to 0. And when it's equal to 200, the height should be 50. So 50, and this is 200. So let's bring animate header and where is it? So animate header background, and then the height will be equal to animate header height. So cool, you can see this is working perfectly. So don't worry, with time also, even the burger and sandwich, we are removing them now, and it will only come up based on what the animation criteria we passed. So you can see it's becoming better. So if I scroll now, you can see this is beautiful, right? It's different. So if I scroll it back up and it takes it away, so we're still going to take the burger, the sandwich, everything, we're going to take it away. So it will come up, you'll see beautiful animation. Beautiful animation. So we'll just take it one step at a time. So let's go and perform the animation for the menu. For the menu too, we animate the menu, we animate the background color and the height. So let's go up here and perform that too. So let's copy the header, let's duplicate it, bring it down here and use it for the menu. So we're going to say animate menus, and then we're going to use translate y, and then here when it's 150, so if it's less than 150, it will be -50, so it won't show. Initially it won't show, so until the scroll position gets to 150. So if it's less than 150, it won't show. So when it gets to 150, it starts showing gradually, starts coming up, and it will come up fully at 350. So at 350 it becomes 0. So that's the idea. So let's quickly also do for the height and the background color. So I'll just copy this too and duplicate here. So we're going to say animate menus, menu background color, and animate menu height. So here when it's 100, we want it to be black, so we retain black, and then the height. So for the menu height, so when it's 150, it'll be 0, and at 200, let's make the height 32. So at 100, the height will be 0, so there will be nothing there, so it won't retain the height, even if the menus are not there, so the height also will leave. So at 150, So it's realistic to make it equal to this, the menu, the animate menus. So it's realistic so that they come in at the same time. So at 150 is what, 0, and as it goes, it will increase. So at 200 we want it to be 32, so that the item itself will have 5 space to breathe. The list itself will have space to breathe. So we need to pass it to our main menu so that the menu we have up there will disappear. So let's pass style in here, and it will be an array of styles. So here let's pass the index. So I'll pass the index of, let's say, 99. Pass background color. So background color will be, let's animate menu background color, yeah. And then the height will be animate menu height, yeah. Then after that we'll pass what? Let's pass animate menus. So if I save it now, it will disappear. Cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? This is beautiful, it has disappeared. And then when I scroll, and you can see now everything coming down. So the header comes first, and then the menu will come after. Beautiful, this is beautiful, isn't it? You can see that's the idea. And when I scroll down, reverse scrolling, you see it is the menu that will go out first. See the idea? Menu goes out first, then what? Then the header will leave. So if we bring it back in, you see this is beautiful. This is beautiful. So the next thing we want to do now, when these two sections are displayed, we want the back and the share icon to scroll up. So that's it. So that the whole idea will be complete. So that's the next thing we're going to do now. So to achieve that, let's go up. So I'm just going to copy this. Copy this and paste it here, and I'm going to call it, let's call it animate, let's go floating header, and then I'll bring, so we'll leave this translate y. So let's make this 90. So this will be 90 and this will be 200. So when it's 90, so when it's less than 90, it's equal to 0. And at the point, once it gets to 90, it starts going up. So it remains from 0 to 90. When the input range is 90, it starts going up itself. So it starts going up. And at point 200, it should be at minus 60. So it'll have gone off the screen at that point. So that's the first one we want to pass into it. And then we want to pass another one. So I'm going to copy this because they're actually, so I'm going to copy this and make it header 2. So when it's 120, it remains at 0, and when it's 200, it goes 60. So that's the idea. And then the third one, we want to erase it completely. We want to pass an opacity so that it will not be hanging at the back of our screen. So we're going to pass opacity. So we'll pass opacity into that. So I'll come down here and say const animate. Let me call it animate opacity. And I'll say opacity. So opacity will be scroll while dot interpolate. So I'll just copy the input and output range, pass it into this. What's that? So I'll copy this. We'll make this 170, and this will be 1. And when it is 180, we clear it off. So we'll make it equal to 0. So we'll come down here So we'll bring it here. So we'll pass style into it. Oh, supposed to be this. So I'm just going to pass, let's pass, we called it animate floating header one. Floating header. Then let's save it. So see what I'm talking about. So we're supposed to pass the second one to it. So I'm going to style. So I'm going to pass animate floating header 2. So if I save it now, we should have them moving up as well. So you see it's moving. This is beautiful. And as it goes up, you see this one is coming down. And as it's showing, you see as this is going up, as this is going back, it's showing. This is beautiful, isn't it? And you can see this is beautiful. So if I move it again, see it's moving. It's moving. It's moving, and this comes in beautiful and lovely, and you can see the animation working perfectly. And this goes out first, then this goes, and this comes back. So the next thing we want to pass is the animate opacity. Animate opacity so that it will clear off. So when we move these up, you see it starts moving at that point. And at this point, the menu list also comes up. And when we take it back, the menus will go first. Then Chicken Republic, that header will move out, and this will come in. This is beautiful. To subscribe, share, like, comment, and support. I really appreciate it. Thank you very much. So we're good to go. The next thing we want to do is when we scroll downward, we want to enlarge the image. So to do that, so to achieve this, we'll go to our scroll view here. So inside our scroll view here, we'll come here. So the first thing we need to do, we need to get the last scroll offset. So we want to get the current position, the current scroll position, the last place where the user stopped. So to get that, we're going to say last, let's say, so we need the use ref to keep track on that. So we'll come here. So let's come here and say const last offset y. So last offset y will be, we use the use ref. Did we import use ref? No, so let's import it. So we import use ref, and from use ref, we make the initial to be 0. So we'll come down. Another thing we are going to do is we're going to create scale. So it's called scaling. We're going to use the scale method. It's so simple and straightforward. So I'm going to get scale image. So I'm going to say scale image and set scale image and pass it equal to into the use state. And I'm going to pass new animated. No. So I'm going to pass new animated dot value, new animated dot value, and I'm going to make it 1. Yes, I'm going to make it 1. So we'll come down. We're having an error. Where's the error? Okay, the error is not coming from here. So we'll go to our scroll view again. So inside our scroll view, we're going to say last offset y that we declared earlier. So we get the current, and we make it equal to what our new offset y, because the new offset y is what shows the scroll position. So it gives us the number, the scroll position. So we are now making our last offset y equal to the current position of the current scroll position. So that's what we're doing. So we will now come here and perform an if condition. So I'll say if last offset y dot current is less than 0. So if it's less than 0, that means the user is dragging the scroll down. It's still going down beyond 0, so it will scale. So that's the idea. That means the user is dragging it down. It's dragging that screen, that scroll view. It's dragging it down beyond 0, so it's start going to negative. So if that is true, then we want to say const scale. So we want to say const scale equal to, so we'll now use 1 because it was 1 that we declared initially. So scale will be the new offset. Yes, it will be the new offset. So let's divide it by 150. So it depends on how you want it to work and how fast you want it to scale. So you provide the number for you. It's at your discretion. So it's up to you. When you try it, you see the number that works for you. So I'll come here and say set scale image, and I'm going to say new animated dot value, and it will be equal to what the scale that I just declared now. So if that is true, it will perform this. Else, that means the user is scrolling up, and we don't want it to scale when they are scrolling up. It's when the user is scrolling down and beyond 0 position. So if else, we are going to set scale, and then we'll return the scale to the initial value. That is animated, new animated dot value, and it will return it to what? 1. So at that point, it won't scale. So when we are scrolling up, it won't scale until we're scrolling down. So everything is fine. So we need to go to our image and pass this to it. So we'll come to our image here, and after this index, so we go to transform so that we can get the scale. So we'll say transform, and then transform is an array of objects, and inside the object we have what? Scale. See, scale is up. So we're going to scale, and then we're going to pass the scale image to it. That's cool. That's all we got to do. So when I scroll up, it remains at the position. You see, nothing happens, but our animation happens. So, but if I try to scroll down beyond 0, see what happens. This is beautiful. And if I leave it, it goes back to 0. You see, it goes back too. This is beautiful. So if I scale it again, if I scroll beyond 0 and I keep scrolling, and it keeps scaling, and immediately returns, it will return too. This is beautiful. And the more you scroll, the more it shows. See, this is beautiful. And when I scroll up, it doesn't scale. So when I scroll up, see, it remains there. This is beautiful. Wow. Wow. This comes in, and when I scale it, you see, it keeps showing up. And if you remain there, it stops there too. When you go back, beautiful. So next thing we're going to do now is, when there are some icons and buttons that they added to the menu items here, so that when you click it, you can add the item to cart, and then it will display the quantity and the quantity you've added, and when the item has additive, it will redirect. So that's what we're going to do next. And to do that, first we need to go and create our cart reducer. That's what we would use. So quickly go and create, using Redux Toolkit, we'll create our cart reducer, then come back to that and effect that so that everything can work seamlessly. So I'll come to my folder here. So I created a folder called Redux. So that's what we'll use inside Redux. Now let's create a file. I'm going to call it cart reducer. So we already installed some of the packages we're going to be using. So let's just import. I'm going to import as a Redux Toolkit. Yes, as Redux JS Toolkit. Okay, let's see if you can import it automatically from here. So I'm going to say export const. So let's create a slice. So let's see if we have create slice. Okay, yes, we have create slice, so we can import it. It has been imported. So let's give it a name. Let's call it cart. We'll give it initial state. Initial state will be an object, and then we're going to pass cart, and the initial state will be an empty array. So here we'll come and pass our reducers. So the first one I want to pass is add to cart. So to have a state. So another thing we want to do is let's create the type, the params for it. The TypeScript for it will be. So we'll go to our types check. Let's bring it forward. So in here, I'm just going to write it, and let's just export interface. Let's call it cart item. So cart item, inside our cart item, we're going to have the cart, and the cart will be equal to, let's use our menu item params, and it will be an array. So I think that's all we need to do. We have to put it here. So let's export. So let's get the one for the state. For the cart state, we're going to pass cart. And let's just have it this way for now. So menu item params, and it's going to be an array of that. Then let's pass length. Hopefully we use it, and the length will be of number. So that's all we need to do. We're going to use the menu item params. So we already declared that earlier. So we can come back to our cart reducer, and inside our reducer, we'll pass these params into it. So for the state, so the state will be cart item. So let's import cart item, and then for the action, so action dot payload. So it will be action. So we're going to use payload. So we're going to use payload action from Redux JS Toolkit. So it has been imported, and then we'll pass our menu item params into it. So we need to import that too. So we're good to go, and then we'll come here and say const item present. Let's check if the item already exists in the cart. So we're going to get state.cart .find. Let's use the find method. So from the find method, we can get the item. For each item, get the item ID. Get the item ID and compare it to the action.payload, the item the user is about to add to the user just selected. So item.payload, get the ID. So we will store it. If it finds anyone that match this condition, we will store it inside item present. That's just the idea. So we'll come here and say if if item present is false, that means the item does not exist. Then we will add the item into what the cart. It will be a new item. So we'll say .cart.push. So we'll push it using the push method and add the previous items in the cart. We'll add the previous item in the cart and then plus the new item the user just selected. So that's what we're going to do, and everything is fine. So for now, that's how we want to treat it. So we can come out of here and then the next one we want to write is, let's remove item from cart. Remove from cart. So remove from cart, we have, let's just copy this to make it faster. We're going to copy this, they're almost the same. Put it here, call this remove from cart. Then, so this will be the same. So we'll just come here and call this constant remove. Let's just call it remove item. So here we're going to filter. To remove item, we're going to filter any item whose ID is equal. We filter any item whose ID. We'll filter all the item and return only the items whose ID is not equal to action.payload. So to do that, we'll just come here. So it will return all the item in the cart except the one whose ID is equal to the action.payload. That's just the simple thing about it. Then we remove these and then we'll create a new state. So the new state will update it. So it will be cart. So our new state will be cart.remove item. So all the items in the cart will be stored inside the remove item except the one whose ID is equal to the action.payload, the one the user selected. So everything will be stored there. So we can now use our state, our new cart will now be equal to what? Remove item. So all the items inside remove item becomes our new cart. It becomes our new items in the cart. So that's what we just did here. A simple explanation. So the next thing we want to do is we want to increase quantity and decrease quantity function. So we'll bring this. So to increase, let's call it increment. So we'll call it increment quantity. So this remains the same. So let's set this inside get result. So we'll say get result, then state.find. We're going to use the find method and then find just the same way we did for add to cart. So we will now come here and pass the result. So if the result is true, so when I say get result, if it's true, then we are going to increase the quantity. So we'll say get result. So get result dot quantity. So you can see dot quantity and then we'll plus it. So it will increase the quantity. Then the next one is to decrease the quantity. So we'll just copy increment quantity. And then decrement quantity. And then here let's just give it another name, get item to decrease. Or let me just get item, and then we'll get the item here. So after getting the item, we will say item.quantity here, and then it will be minus. So here it will be minus. That's it. So the last one we want to write here is the empty cart. So we want to empty the cart. If we want to empty the cart, we will just come here, pass the state, and then we'll make it equal to the initial state. So initial state is what? The empty array. And that's it. So we can come out here now and export. We're going to say export. So let's export everything. We're going to export. We're going to say this. So we'll get everything from our cart slice. So from our cart slice, and then the actions. So we'll get the actions, and from there it will bring them up. So it's like we're just destructuring it. So if I say add cart, you can see everything is coming out. Remove from cart, and then we have increment quantity, we have decrement quantity. See, it's bringing everything up, and then the last one is empty cart. So we're good to go. So we also need to export. So we need to export the cart slice. Reduce and the reducer. We need to export the reducer itself. So we say export default cart slice dot reducer. So we're good to go. So the next thing we need to do is we'll create the store. So to create the store, we'll come to our food app, come outside here, inside our food app. So we'll come here and create a store. So I'm going to say store. So I'm going to say store.tsx. So it will be at the same level with the app.tsx rather. So inside the store, remember we also imported our persist config. We persisted reducer, but honestly what they did in their own, they did not persist the cart, because if you don't add the item to the cart, by the time you log in again, you come back, you discover that the cart state becomes empty. It becomes empty. So that was what they did. But for the sake of learning and tutorial, I'm going to add the cart persist so that you see how it works. So it's up to you. You might decide not to add it into yours too. So depending on your use case. So I'm going to come here and say const. Let me come down here and say const. Say config. So key will be of root. So let's import storage from async storage. So from React Native's async storage. So let's bring this in. I'm going to call it storage. So if I come here, I'll bring the storage from our async storage, and then let's give it version 1. So come here and say const. So I say persisted reducer. So let's say persisted reducer equal to persist. So persisted reducer will bring it from our Redux persist. So we're going to have a persist reducer. So for our Redux persist, we have, yes, this is Redux persist, and then we will pass our persist config. So what we're going to do now is just import. Let's import cart reducer from. So we get it from source Redux, and then get the cart reducer. So yeah, so we're good to go. So we'll come here and say reducer. Let's bring it in, and cool, everything is fine. So we'll come here and say export const. So export const store. So import configure store from Redux Toolkit, and then we'll bring in configure store, we'll bring in the reducer. So the reducer will be equal to the cart, and then we'll pass the persisted state, the persisted reducer rather. So we'll pass that into it, and then we'll come here and get the middleware. So the middleware will be get default. Let's get default. Okay, let me write that. Get default middleware. I'll get default middleware. We have the serializable check. Yeah, the serializable check, and it's an object. And inside the object, we're going to have the ignored actions. Ignored actions. So inside the ignored actions, it's going to be an array. So inside the array, we have the flush. Everything will be imported in our Redux persist. We have the rehydrate. Everything's supposed to be in capital letter. So rehydrate. We'll bring the pause. We'll bring persist. We'll bring purge. And then we'll import register. And everything is fine. So our cart is showing an error. So let's check where the error is coming from. Oh, I see the error is supposed to be persisted. We're passing persisted reducer, no persist reducer. So we're passing this persisted reducer. That's what we want to pass into it. So let me just copy it. Persisted reducer. And we no longer have any error there. So the next thing we need to export all these so that we can start making use of them. So we can say export const persistor. So we'll make it equal to persist store. So we'll import persist store, and then we'll pass our store into it. So the store we're passing into it is this. This is the store we're passing into our persist store. And then we also export type. So export type root state. And we're going to say return. The return type will be type of. It will be a type of store.getState. So we should have store.getState. That's it. And we're good to go. That's all we have to do. So once this is saved, we can start using what our reducer inside our restaurant screen. So we'll come back to our restaurant screen. So let's go back to our restaurant screen. Yes, here. So we'll come here and scroll down. So let me shift it a little to the side so you can see the whole screen. So here, we'll come here. So before the image, so before we do that, let's come up here and bring in our cart. So we can, okay, let's close all these. So here, let's bring in our cart. We're going to say const. And then we're going to bring in the use selector. Let's see if it brings it. Use selector from Redux. Yes, from React Redux. So it has imported that. Use selector from React Redux. And then we'll pass the state. The state will be equal to our cart state. So remember the cat state we wrote inside our types check params. So this cat state, that's what we are using there. And then for the cat state, we're going to return. So we're going to get the states rather. So the state dot cat and then dot cat. Correct. So everything is fine. Then let's quickly write another one for the total. So we can get the total too. So to get the total, we're going to say total. We're going to get the cart and then dot map using the reduce method. So we're going to say map. We'll map through all the items in the cart. So we'll get the price and multiply it by the quantity, then reduce it using reduce method. We'll get the current and the previous price, the current and the previous, and then we'll add them up, and then the initial value will be 0. So we're good to go. There's no error. So if the cart is empty, we'll pass what the initial value of 0. So we can come back here now. Oh, I understand where the error is coming from. We haven't wrapped our app up inside what inside our cart reducer, the store. So that's why it's throwing an error. So we quickly need to do that. So we'll go to our app.js .tsx rather. So unwrap our entire app inside what the provider. That's why it's throwing an error. So to do that, we're going to bring the. So what we'll do first is bring the provider. So what we'll do is we'll bring the provider from our React Redux. So we'll bring provider from our React Redux and then bring persist gate from our Redux persist integration React. So we'll wrap it up and then we'll bring our store in here, the store. So the store will be equal to what? The store inside here. So it will be equal to the store. And then our persist gate, inside our persist gate, we get the persistor and it will be equal to what? Our persistor. So it will be from the store, and this is our store. We're supposed to import it from what store? Cool. So that's it. The two is up. So we will now bring our entire app and put it inside the persist gate. So that's all we need to do here. So we're good to go. So I'm just going to reload the app. Okay, I think it's working without us really reloading the app. So let's see if it works fine without us reloading the app. If not, we'll have to reload the app so that the update can be recognized. So we'll go back to our screen here. So inside our screen, so everything seems working fine now. So let me save this again, and we no longer have the error. That's cool. So we'll go down. So we'll come here and get our cart. So we're going to say cart, and then map through it. We'll map to our cart. Then we're going to call it cart item. So, and then the index. So we're going to say cart.id. Let me just write it and explain to you what I'm doing here. So I'm going to give this font size of 15 and give it font weight of bold. Give it color of white. So we'll come here as well and then get pressable. So don't worry, everything will make sense very shortly. So inside here, let me just put it here. So we're going to give it flex. Let's give it flex 1. And here we're also going to get the cut. So I'm just going to write everything too. I'll explain everything in details later. So let's get the cut item index. So we're going to get the index and then we're going to pass view into it. Let's pass our view. Let's give it a key so that it won't give us warning. It won't throw an error. So key will be equal to index as usual. Then we're going to get the cut item. No. So the cut item.id. So we'll use pressable here. Let's give it style. Let's give it background color. We're going to make it green. Let's give it width of 20 and border radius. Let's give it border radius of 99. And then let's bring on design. Let's give it style. Font with bold. Let's give it name. Name will be minus. Let's give it size. And the size, let's give it size 20. And then color. Color white. So I also come here and say if item.additive and get the length. So if it's not equal to undefined, that means that item has additives. So we want to target that. Else, we will display something else. So if the item has additive, we will navigate so that we can display all the additives so that user can select these additives. So I'm going to pass style. Let's give it background color. Okay, I think it's just the same thing we did here, so let me just copy it. Yeah, it's the same here. So if it has additive, we're going to pass all these. Let me pick this. So this will be plus. Okay. So else, if it doesn't have it, let me just copy this again. And then make adjustments to it accordingly. So it's the onPress function. If I save it now, you can see we're already having the plus sign. So our button is supposed to actually show at this towards the right end. So we made a mistake. Let's check. Okay, I think this place is supposed to have, we're supposed to put it inside. They're supposed to flex it, flex direction row. So I'm just going to get that. So I suppose they're not in this, they're not inside one container. So what we just do here is we get the style. Let's style this, and in here we're going to pass flex direction. Flex direction will be row. Flex direction will be row. Align items. Center. My margin top. Let's give a margin top. Margin top of -20. Okay, so let me bring all this inside here. Bring this. Yeah, so everything in here ought to be there. Let's cut all this and bring it inside here. So if we save it now, cool, this is better, isn't it? This is how we want it to be. So we still need to give it, let's give it margin bottom. Let's go back to it. Where is it? Here. So let's give it margin bottom. Let's give it margin bottom of 8. Let's see how it goes now. Cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? It's really better. So we can come here now. Let's bring this inside here. And so let's bring the whole thing inside. I think we're good to go. So this is what we've been doing since. In essence, this button is what the user will use to add items to cart. So when the user presses on this button, a lot of things will happen. Now, first, what we have here is it will check the cart items. It will check the cart item, and for every item in the cart, it will compare the ID to the ID of any of these menu items. So anywhere where the ID of the menu item is equal to the ID of any of the cart item, that means that menu item already is existing in the cart. And as a result of that, it will display what the minus button here. So it will display the minus button where my arrow is, where my cursor is now. So it will display what? A minus button. So the reason why the minus button is not coming up is because there's no item in the cart yet. So by the time we add an item to this cart by pressing this, it will show that, so it will compare, it will always compare here, and once it finds it, it will display a minus button to show that, okay, this item is existing, so that you can remove it from the cart. So that's the first thing there. So, and that's why we have the minus button, it will pop up at that point. So the second thing is we want to check if the user press on this plus button. The first thing, before we add the item to cart, we want to check the item the user selected, the menu item the user selected. We want to check if it has what? Additives. So, and to get that, we'll get the length. So we'll map through what the item the user selected and see the additive. If it's equal, we'll get the length. If the length is not undefined, so if the item doesn't have additive, the length will be undefined. Because in our params check, if I take you there, you see that our additive has optional chaining to show that it can be undefined. So you can see. So the initial state will be what? Undefined. So if the item doesn't have additive in it, it will be what? Undefined. Then that means that item does not have additive. So that's what we are doing here. So if it doesn't have additive, it will add the item directly to the cart. But if it has additive, if it's not equal to undefined, it will what? It will redirect. So we are going to add that here inside our pressable. So I'm going to comment it out now. So we'll start working with that. So you see everything I've been trying to explain since. I will also have an on press here. So let's quickly go up and do that. We are going to use dispatch for that, to achieve that. So we'll come here. So let's come here and say const dispatch. Const dispatch will be equal to use dispatch. So we're supposed to use dispatch from, let's try to import use dispatch from React Redux. So let's run the function, the handler for what, to add item to cart. So we are going to say add item to cart. So we'll say item, let's call it item object. Let's call the item object, and then we'll make it equal to our menu item params. So let's first of all find the item, if the item already existing in the cart. So we're going to say cart dot find. So we're going to say cart dot find. So let's find the item, where item ID is equal to item object dot ID. So it will store it inside the find item. So look, if find item is true, if find item is true, that means the item already exists. So in that situation, we are just only going to increase the quantity. So that's what we're going to do. So we'll just say dispatch, we'll bring our dispatch and then bring our increment quantity that we wrote inside our reducer, in our cart reducer, and then we'll pass what the item object. Cool, it's working. So we are bringing the increment quantity here. The increment quantity here. So it has imported it. So it has been imported. If let me show you for the benefit of doubt. You can see increment quantity. So it has imported it. Else the item. So we check again. We'll check if the item has additive in it. So to check that, we're going to use object dot what? Item object. We'll check the additives. We'll check the additive. So if the additive, so it's supposed to be yes, so dot length, just exactly the way we did it earlier on. So if it's not equal to undefined, that means that item has additive. So we are going to perform. For now, let me just put something inside it. Let's just say console.log. Let's say item has additives for now. So we'll come back to it later. So we'll pass an else function into this. So if it doesn't have additive, then we'll just what? We'll just add the item to cart directly. So we'll use dispatch, and then we'll take add item to cart. Add item to cart. It will import it, and then we'll pass the item object. What did we call it in our reducer? Oh, we called it add to cart. So we'll come back here and check and take add to cart, not add item to cart. So it will import it from our reducer, you can see. So we don't have any error anymore. So in here, if the item has additive, there's a function we're going to run there. So we'll come back to it for now, let's just leave it. And that's all. So quickly before we go down, we also want to do to decrease the quantity. So if the item is added to the cart, we also want to be able to decrease the quantity or remove the item in case the user changes their mind before going to the cart screen. So we're going to say decrease quantity, and then we can pass this. Let's just take this and make adjustment to it. So we're going to say decrease quantity. So here we're going to look for item. We're going to look for item.quantity. if the quantity is equal to 1. So we want to check if we find the item and the quantity is equal to 1. At that point, if the user is still reducing the quantity, it will remove. We will use the remove function there. So here we're going to dispatch remove from cart. So dispatch remove from cart, yes, and it will import it, and then we'll remove the item object. Else it will only decrease. That means the quantity is more than 1, so it will reduce the quantity to 1. So we'll come here and pass the else function, and then remove this else. So dispatch, we will only reduce, or we use decrement quantity. So decrement quantity, and it will decrease the quantity. And that's all we need to do here as well. So let's now pass all these. I think we have an error. Let's see. Okay, this is it. So the error is gone. So let's pass all this function to our menu item. So we'll come here. This is it. So we'll come here like we said. So here now we'll have the minus. So inside here we're going to pass. We'll pass the decrease quantity that we wrote in here. So we'll pass it. And we're going to call it decrease Q. And then we're going to make it equal to the item. So that's the idea there. Then the next one is to add item to cart. So that's where if it doesn't have additive, so it will be the second one. So this will be for the additive. We'll come back to that. And this will be, so this is the one if it doesn't have additive, so we'll add item to cart. So here we are going to say add item to cart, yes. So we're going to say add item to cart, and here we're going to do something. We'll pass. So we'll pass the previous item, the previous item, and at this point we want to make the quantity equal to 1. So we'll make the quantity equal to 1, so that it will start with 1. Else it will start with from 0. So at this point we make the quantity equal to 1. So if I go there, so if I come here, let's add the second item. If I add the second item, if everything worked fine, we should have all the whole explanation working out. So if I add this item now, cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? And you can see the way it worked. It slides in, and it's different from the other menu item. So if I press the plus sign again, it will see it's increasing it to 2. This is beautiful. If I keep pressing, it goes to 3, and if I reduce it, it goes back to 2. It's 1. It's 1, and just look at what would happen if I reduce it again. Beautiful. This is cool, isn't it? Exactly how they did it. So the first product here has additive actually. So if I press it, you see nothing is happening because it has additive, so nothing is happening. So we're supposed to pass a function into that. Then another thing we can also do is to, let's get the cart, so that you can see that these items were actually added to cart. So let's get, so if I come here and let me say console.log cart. Let's give it a title. So you can see it's empty. That's the initial state. But as soon as I pass this into it, beautiful, you can see this is beautiful. And you can see the quantity is equal to 1. If I pass another item, the quantity becomes what? 2. This is beautiful. If I remove it, if I reduce it, you see the quantity turns to 1. That means everything is working. So if I remove it again, cool, beautiful. My cart items are what? It goes back to the initial state, which is empty. So if I pass, let's do another thing again. Let's get the total. My cart items total. So if I save that, it's 0 because there's nothing in the cart, so it's 0, just the same way we passed it. The initial value, if its initial value is 0. So if I add this to it, just see what will happen. My total is 1,300 and the price is 1,300. See what will happen if I increase the quantity now. So I actually lost my internet connection. So I have to go and get it back on. So that's where we left off. So you see, so if I make it 1, it goes back, and then it's back to 0. So everything is working out fine. So I'm just going to comment the console out. So the next thing we want to do is, when we have a product that has additive, when we have a menu item that has additive, we want to display the additives, and we're going to be using Modal for that. So it will redirect so that this user can select their respective additive, and that's the same way they did it on Glovo app. So I'm just going to do that. Then before we do that, also I discovered that I didn't add the navigation.go back to this icon. We only added to this one. This was the only one we added to. So we only want to add navigation.go back to this too. So I just come down here and find that so that we can add it to it. So I think it's here. Yes, this is it. So the onPress function here, we're going to pass navigation.go back to it. So if we save it and I press go back, now it's working. So if I use the second one as well, it's working. So we're good to go. So to handle the item, the menu item with additive, we'll come up and write some functions there. So the first thing I want to do is we want to get the additive modal. So we're going to use the use state to track that. So I'm going to say additives modal, then get set additives modal. Use state, we're going to use state from React. And then we're going to pass the initial state will be false, so it will be Boolean. So once we add that, so we'll come to add item to cart, and inside here we want to make this. So we will now set additive modal to be true. So set additive modal, and then we'll turn it from what, false to what, to true. That means, so from there we'll be able to pop up the modal. So that's what we're supposed to do here. So quickly, let's install. I'm going to add, so we need to install React native modal. So to be able to do this, so we're going to come here, I'm going to add a new terminal, and I'm going to say npm install React native modal. So let's check our package.json. Probably we have it there. We didn't install it earlier. Yeah, it's not there. Let's use npm install React native modals. So React native modals has been installed, but we should be able to install React native modal. Let me check that. Oh, finally it has installed the React native modal, because that's what we actually want to use. So I'm going to come here, let's import. So let's import modal from React native modal. And then we're not using this prop. So we can come here, and so what we can do is we go down, and after our safe area view, let's render the modal. So let's bring in the modal. So let's pass the children into it. So we're going to have is visible. So it's visible. So we're going to let's pass active modal. Then we want to say on backdrop press. So we're going to set additive modal to be what, opposite of the current state of the current additive modal. So if it's true, it becomes false, and if it's false, it will become true. So that's the idea. So we'll just, let's render a view in here. Before we actually go to our modal, there's one more thing we ought to have done. So we can come here. So when an item is added to the cart, when a menu item is added to cart and that menu item doesn't have additive, we want to display a button at the top. So to do that, we're just going to come here and say we're going to target the total and see if total is greater than 0, then it will display. That means we are saying when an item is in the cart, so it will show what the total. So we can just do pressable. So we'll do pressable and then pass the onPress function, the onPress property, and then we're going to make it. Okay, let's just leave this for now so that we're supposed to navigate to the cart screen. So that's how we'll navigate to the cart screen. So we'll come back to that later. So let's just style it up and at least for now display the button. So we're going to make it position, give it absolute. Then background color, we're going to be using RGBA. So RGBA, we're going to use 50, 20, 120. Let's use 120, and let's use 80, and then the opacity. Let's make the opacity 1. Let's give it a width of. Let's give it a width of 90%. Okay, for now, let me just display the button so that you can see how we're styling it up in real time. So we're going to bring text. So we're going to say style. And then we're going to pass font size. Let's give it font size 17. And let's give it color of white. So let's come inside here and I'm going to say view cart and then pass the total. So if we save it now, we're supposed to have something there. So here here, so let's also give it font weight. Okay, the cart item is empty currently, so that's why it's not displaying anything. Yeah, the cart item is currently empty, so let's add one item to the cart. So we have an item in the cart, so font weight, let's make font weight bold. So come here, okay, let's do align items to here. So let's say align items and make it center. Then we'll come here, let's give it a height. Let's give it height 50. Let's give it z index of 1. And then we give it, let's give it margin horizontal of center, margin horizontal of 20. Then let's give it bottom. Let's give it bottom of 40. So I think we made a mistake here. It's supposed to be comma. So cool, you can see it's coming up. This is cool. It's supposed to be a comma. That's where the error is coming from. So we have the make bottom 40, and we have flex direction. Let's make the flex direction row. And then we have justify content. Let's make it center. So you see it's coming up gradually. Then we have align items. Let's make it center too, so it can come to the center. Cool. Then what we can also do is give it border radius. So let's give it border radius and give it border radius of 99. This is beautiful, isn't it? Wow. So if we scroll, you can see it remains there. So if we remove the item, and you can see it, and when the item is, and it's showing you the total of the item. So if you see it's also increasing the price. So we'll continue, and I think that's all we really have to do there. So let me just keep this one there for now. So everything is fine. So we can go back to our additive. So inside our additive, we say if we set it, let's console additive modal and see. So we set the additive modal to true, and let's check if it's working. Oh, it's not working. So another thing we can do is we're supposed to run additive modal. We're supposed to run a function for that. Yep. Let me just come here. Let's comment this out for now and run the function for that. So to run the function, so let me just call it, let's just call it handle additive modal, additives modal, and inside there I'll pass an ID. Let's pass an argument of an ID, and it will be of string. So we're going to write set additive modal. Okay, so we need to grab the additive ID of the item when the user selects it. We need to grab that ID. So to do that, I'm going to say additive ID. We need to grab the ID and set additive ID, and it will be of string, and the initial will be empty. So here we will now set additive ID. So set additive ID, we'll set it to that ID that we'll get when the user select, when the user press the plus button. So it will set it up, and from there we will set additives modal. So we'll set additive modal and make it opposite of the current state. So the current state is false. So we'll make it what? So whatever the current state is, it will make it opposite. So opposite is the current state, and that's all we need to do. So we'll come down here. You'll remember that we passed the same function down here. Where is it? We already passed something like that. This is it, exactly here. So we're supposed to pass this here. So we'll come here and say we'll pass handle additive modal, and then we'll pass the ID. The ID will be item.id. So that's it, and there's no error. So we'll save this. So now everything should work. Remember, the item is coming from our map function here. If you save it now and press this, you'll see. Okay, let me also bring up the console. So if you save it now, you can see it's false, and then I press it. Cool, this is true, and you can see the screen is already changing. It's showing that we have a modal. See, it's blur. So we'll scroll down. Let's go to the modal section. So inside the modal section, we'll come in here and let's style it up. So inside the modal section, we're going to give it, let's give it height. Let's give it a height of 90%. Let's give it a width. Let's give it a width of 365. Okay, let me just bring the modal up so we can see all the changes in real time. So if I bring it up, so the modal is up. So we're going to give it 365, and then let's give it the background color. So let's give it the background color. They use the background color of black. So if we change it now, cool, you can see it's working. So let's give it position. Let's give it position of absolute. Then we'll give it bottom. Let's give it bottom of -20. Cool. And then we bring it to the left. Let's bring it to the left a little. So let's make it -15. Let's see. I think it's okay this way. -15 is okay. Then we have border radius. So border radius will be 7. And then margin bottom. Let's give it margin bottom of 2. Let's see how it goes. Cool. So I think it's okay this way. So the next thing we'll do is we'll start working with the header. In their modal section too, they passed some animation into it. So we're just going to do this exactly the same. You'll see the animation. And sorry, because I don't want any issues, I don't want any claims. That's why for now I don't want to show you the demo of their own app. So I don't want issue, I'm just new to this thing, so I don't want anything giving me issues. So that's why I'm not using it. But you can go to Glovo app and confirm all these things there. So we're going to say animated. Let's bring animated. So we're going to use animated.view. Animated.view. And inside animated.view, let's pass style into it. Let's pass some styles into it. And we're going to give it the index. Let's give it the index of 100. And so for now, let's leave it. We're going to pass an animation there later, like the header animation. So we're going to have animated, another animated.view. And this one also, we're going to pass the background color and then the header height, just like we did initially. So we're going to leave it here, and then inside here we'll pass the view. Let's pass the view. Let's style that up. So we're going to give it the style flex direction row, align items, center. We are going to give it padding horizontal 7. Then we're going to give it padding 10. We're going to give it padding of 10. Then we have pressable. So this is the pressable we are going to use to close our modal. So to do that, we're going to I'm going to get iron icons. So inside the iron icons, I'm going to get the name. So the name will be, we have what we call close there. And then let's give it size. Let's give it size of 30. And let's give it color of white. So let's save that, and you can see it's rendering beautifully. And for the pressable, let's apply an onPress function, an onPress props, and then we're going to say, so we're going to set additives modal to opposite of what? To be the opposite of additives modal. So if I save it and I press on it, it should take it down. Cool. This is working beautifully. And if I press this, if I press big boys combo, so it bring back the additive modal. So that's cool. That's working out fine. So the next thing we want to do is, I'm going to take another view, and this view, let's style it. Okay, inside the view. So inside the view, I'm going to render text. So let me just put something there for now. So we are going to have, let's style it. I'm going to give it font size. Let's give it a font size of 17, and then color white. So you're seeing it now. So I'll come here. I'll come inside here and pass some styles into this. So in here, I'll give it flex 1, and then I'll say justify content. Justify content will be center. I'll also align items. I'll also do align items. Align items will be center, and then I think we can leave it for now. So cool. You can see it's cool. So to be able to pass this our informations, the big boys combo information into our modal, we just need to do is we already got the ID of that menu item. So what we can simply do here is to come here. We can just come here and say, so let's get selected menu item. Selected menu item. So will be equal to menu items dot find. So we use the find method and then get the item. For each item you find, get the item dot id item whose id is equal to what? The additive id. So it will get the item, it will fetch the old information about that item. So that's all we need to do here. And we've already selected what? The id. We got the id, so we can come down. We can come down here now and change this to what? Selected menu item dot. You can see, beautiful. We just get the name, and then it will display the name. Cool. So we have big boys combo. That's all about that. So we can come outside of this animated.view, and then we'll come back for the animations later. So we'll come here and then also come here. So we'll just come to, let's quickly go to our, yeah, so we'll come here, let's copy this. I think we can just reuse this and make adjustment to it. So we're going to save this. Yep. And then here we're going to let's make the background 3 here. And this is going to be the opacity will be 3. And then we'll change this to iron icons and we'll make it close. So we're going to make this equal to close, and then 25 and also white. Every other thing remains the same. Then this will be we'll use set additive, rather set additives modal equal to, so because we're going to be performing the animation here too. So I think that's also all about here. So the next thing is we're going to let's copy the scroll view, because we are just going to repeat almost everything the same way. So I'm going to copy the scroll view here to make it faster now. I'll copy the scroll view and bring it down here and make adjustment to it accordingly. So in our modal, outside the animated.view, so we're going to have the scroll view in here. So for now, I'm going to comment out all this. The unscroll, we'll come back to it later. So we're good to go. So we'll leave every other thing. So inside here, we'll come. So we won't need this here. We won't need this. We won't need this. So let's take them out. Then I also don't need this. So let's take it out. So let me bring this out. Yeah. So inside here, we're going to map through menu item rather. So we're going to map through menu item in here, menu items, and then we'll filter it. And we'll make it, this one will be equal to the additive ID. So it's additive ID. So we'll get where it's equal to the additive ID. And then we'll map it. So this will be food item. Okay, what I'll just do is, let's get everything. Oh okay, so that won't run into problems. Food item. So we'll just correct accordingly. So we'll get there shortly, gradually. So inside here, we won't need this as well. So we don't need this. So we don't need this as well. So we'll just copy the ones we need from here. I need we need the image. Let's copy the image. I'll bring the image here. So we need the image here. So for the image, sparse key to be food item.id. Then the image source will be from food item. So to be food item dot image. Then let's make the height. Let's make it 280, and then let's make the width equal to 100%. We'll make the width equal to 100%. So let's just remove this. I won't be needing this. Then we also don't need this. Yeah. And then the resize mode here will be contain, will be cover. So I think we have an error here. It's supposed to be for each menu item. It's supposed to be menu.id. So it's supposed to be menu.id, or let's just call it what it is. So it should be item and then item. Let's call it menu item. So we save it now. Cool. So we already have the image. So that's what it is there. It's supposed to be menu item. So we have the image. The image is coming up. So the next thing we'll do, let's continue. After the image, we want to let's render another view. And this view, we're going to give it a style. Let's give it style margin top. So margin top will be 10. Let's give it a margin top of 10. So margin top of 10 will render the text there. So let's bring up the text so we can display the food item, the name and the price. So that's what we're going to do here. So I'm going to apply style as well. So the style will be font size of 25, font weight of bold, then color white. So here we're going to render the food item, and then let's render the name. So we're just going to copy this and duplicate it. So this will be price. So cool. We have the name and the price. Then for this, let me bring this down. So let's pass margin top so it will not be too close to the name. So let's give a margin top of 6. Cool. That's beautiful. Then we want to reduce the size for this. Let's make it around 18. That's it. Then another thing we can do is we can add the price, the currency. So I'm going to take, so just this is currency there. Cool. And then it's fine. So another thing I can do here is I'll render the description. So I'll just copy this, bring it here and render the description. So I'll remove this, give it a padding top. Let's make this 500. I'm going to make this of D0, D0, and font size of 15. So let's use font size of 15 and then display the description. So we have the description here. So I'll just save that. correct. So we have the description, the full description there. And then the next thing we want to do now, we want to start showing the additives, all the additives that are there. So to do that, we're going to come outside of this view and then get our food item. So get the food item, get the additives. So we'll get the additive and then we'll perform a map function over the additive. So we're going to get, for each additive, we'll get the index too. So let's render all the additives for this menu item. So we're going to render the additive for this menu item. We're going to get the view. So as usual, we need to pass the key to this view. So the key will be index. Let's pass index to it. And then we can style it. Let's style it. So let's add margin top. Let's add margin top of 80. Then let's add margin horizontal. Margin horizontal, let's make it 10. So margin horizontal of 10. The first thing we want to display is the, let's get the additive type. So to get the additive type, so we're going to get the style. So let's style that up and let's get the color. Color will be white. Font size will be 20. We can give it font weight. Let's give it font weight of bold. Then let's give it margin bottom. So let's give it margin bottom of 5. We'll give it margin bottom of 5 and then we can get, so we're going to get additive. So additive, we have the additive type. Yes, so we'll get the additive type. So we'll save that and you can see it. So you can see we have all the additive types here. So we have to select your size, select your side, add, take away. These are the additive types that we have. You can see. So this is beautiful. So let's keep working on that. So after the text, so we're going to render another view here. And let's just give this, let's give it a flex direction of row. So we're going to say choose one item. So you can see it's already showing the space there. So let's style it so it can show up. So we're going to style it and give it, let's give it color. There's a problem with that. So let's give it color of D0, D0, D0. And then we'll give it font size. Let's give it font size of 13. So let's save that. Cool, you can see. So we choose. So for each of the additive type, we have the choose there. And then the next thing is they also did something like it's required, like all this additive, it's required. You have to choose one. It's important that you have to choose one. So to do that, we're going to render another view. And then we're going to say, we're going to style it. Then inside the style, we're going to pass the background color. It has a background color. The background color we're going to use is orange. We'll pass border width. Border width will be 1. We'll pass border radius. Border radius will be 3. We'll pass padding. Let's make padding 0. Or you can actually remove it. Then let's give it flex direction. Flex direction of row. And then what else can we add? Okay, let's just leave it the way it is now. If we need to add any other thing later, we'll come back to it. So we'll get the text. And inside the text, we obviously need to style it. If not, it won't come up. So we're going to style this. So we're going to give it, let's say, number of line. No. We're going to give it color. So we're going to give it color of black. We're going to give it, let's give it font size. Let's give it font size of 12. Let's give it font weight of bold. And it reminds me anyway, let's limit the number of lines to 1. So, and inside it, we're going to pass required. That's exactly what they did. Exactly, that's it. So after that, we'll now start to display the additives. So to do that, we're going to take additive. So additive, then we have the additive info. So we'll filter it. We'll filter the additive info, and for each item, let's just do it this way. So for each item, we're going to say item.parent ID. It has parent ID, and then we're going to match it up to the additive. You can see the sense in it, additive.id. Then we'll perform a map function over that. So that will give us additive list. Okay, let me just bring it down. So it will give us additive list. So it will give us additive list. We'll get the index. We'll get the index, and then we can do this. Cool, we no longer have any error there. So inside here, we're going to render the view. And this view, we need to pass the key as well. So the key is also index. So we'll pass the style. So the style will have flex direction row. Justify content will be space between. Then margin top. So we can break that down so you can see it. So margin top will be, let's give a margin top of 35. Then we can come out of this place and render another view. So we're going to give it style, flex direction of row, and inside this we are going to display the additive list. So we use text. So inside the text we give it number of lines. Let's make it 2 this time. Then we're going to style it. So we're going to style it, and then we'll give it a width of 280. Flex wrap. So flex wrap, we'll make it wrap, and then we give it color. Let's give it font size as well. So font size will be 18. So inside here, so we'll render the additive list. So we'll render the additive list, and the additive list will get the name inside the additive list. So if we save that, cool, and you can see this is beautiful. It's bringing all the, you can see the additives for each of the additives we have. So it's bringing the additive info. So you can see this one has single chicken patty, double chicken patty, and then this one has spaghetti, fried rice jumbo, and then we have the takeaway pack. This is beautiful, and it's showing you add a takeaway pack. Exactly, that's the same way they have it in their app. You can check the app out. So the next thing we want to do is to display. We've displayed the name. We can also display the price. So the way they did it also, it's not all the additive that has a price tag, attached to it. Like for the single chicken, now the single chicken patty will be the primary price. Like that is the default price. So if you select the chicken patty, that means you are selecting the default price of that item. So if you want the double chicken patty, that's when it will be increased. So you have to select either single or double. So if you're selecting single, it will just go with the default price for that menu item. So it's when you now select, so for single chicken patty, there won't be price because single chicken patty is taking the default price. So that's the idea. So as a result of that, we also need to check. So we cannot just add price to that. So you need to select one here. So that's the idea. So without wasting time, let me just show you how it was done. So we'll come here to, after the name, we'll come outside of that. And then we will use our logical operator to ask to check if additive list dot price is not equal to undefined. So it's not equal to undefined, then we'll render what? The price. So you see what will happen shortly. So I'll just copy this text and put it here and then adjust it accordingly. So it will have the number of lines 2. And for the style, we'll remove all these. We'll take the color and the font size. So the color, let's use, they used something like this, like an orange color. And then the font size will be 18. We'll retain the font size. And then we'll come here. So we'll come here. And they did something like this. So plus where's my Naira sign? So I'm going to pick the currency. You can add your own currency. I'm going to add the currency here, and then I'm going to add additive list because it can be undefined. So I'm going to add the optional chini, so and get the price. So if I save it, you'll see what will happen. You see, so single chicken patty does not have price, so it's there. Spaghetti too. So this spaghetti is also for what? The side is also for the default. It goes with the default price, so that's why there's no price added to that. And then the takeaway, obviously you pay for the takeaway, and that is 300. Exactly, this is the way they did it. So another thing we are going to add to this, and actually what they did, they made the price, they make it closer. It was closer. It was beside. It was beside the name. So what we can do there is we'll bring this text for the price, remove it here, and bring it here. So we'll bring it here. That's the idea. So if I save it now to change it, exactly, this was what they did. So this was what they did, and then we'll bring this and make it closer. We'll make it closer. Yes, exactly. So this was what they did. So it's fixed to the name. So the next thing we'll do is we want to bring up the buttons to select buttons. So to do that, we're going to come out of this. We need to come out of this view and come here. So we're going to use pressable to achieve that. And instead of pressable, okay, let's use feather. Okay, let me see if iron icon has this icon. So we're going to give it a name. For now, let's see if it has check. Does it? No, it doesn't have it. So let's not just waste time over this. So I'm going to bring in feather icons. So let's go to our icons, and I'm going to import feather. I think feather has it. So let's go back there and use feather. Feather has it. Cool. So if we bring that up, okay, we've not added the size and the color. So let's add the size and color. So we'll give it size. Let's make it size 20, and let's give it color of white. So let's see how that goes. Cool, this is beautiful. So you can see, so we're going to work on it. It shouldn't be like this for everything, so we're going to work on it. Or for now, let me just use the plus. It's when it has been added that you use the feather, but you see what we're going to do shortly. So another thing I can do here is to style this up and give it a background. So because they had the background to theirs too. So I'm going to give this background color. Let's give it background color of green. We're going to give it background color of green. I'm going to give it width. Let's give it width of 20 and give it height of 20 as well. And then give it border radius. So border radius, let me give it border radius of 99. Let me bring it down. So border radius of 99. If I do that, cool. This is beautiful, isn't it? It looks better this way. So we're going to pass an onPress function to that too. So from our feather, so I think let's just leave it here and then let's pass the animation and let's add the onPress to this event so that we can move on from there so that you can follow along correctly. So I'll come to, so I'll just scroll up here. Let's come here. And then we're going to write, so let's call it additives, additive animations. So the first one we are going to do is, let me just declare, let's say const animate, let's call it animate modal header. So let's do animate modal header. Let's call it modal header 1 because there are two. So to do that, it's similar to the search bar animation, just that we're only going to use the translate Y. So let me just go to the header here, copy the transform. Let's copy this. So we're going to come here and translate Y. So here, let's use modal scroll. Let's use modal scroll Y. So let's use modal scroll Y, and then we need to declare the. So I'm just going to copy. Where is it? So I'm just going to copy this, so that we use a different scroll. So we're going to get this. Let's call it modal scroll Y, and set modal scroll Y. So another thing we can do is we get the modal scroll offset. So I'm going to say const, let's call it modal scroll. So let's call it modal scroll. No, modal last offset Y. So modal last offset. Let's call it modal last offset value. Yeah, I think it's more appropriate. Modal last offset value. Or let's just call it modal offset value. Yeah. Modal offset value. And that will be, we'll use useref. So useref, and then the first one, the initial will be 0. So we can come down now and then apply the animation. So we are going to make this 250. 250, and this will be 10 minus 10. And then this will be 0, and this will be 300. So we're going to translate Y and make it equal to modal scroll Y. So that's it about this. Another one we are going to need is the modal background and the modal height. So let's just do everything so that we'll just apply them. So I'm just going to copy this. I'm going to have animate. Let's call it animate modal height. So we're going to call it animate modal height, and this will be equal to our, let's use modal scroll dot interpolate. So we're not going to be using, we're only going to be using this. So we will remove all this, we won't need it. We also need animate modal background. So animate modal background color. So animate modal background color. The modal background color, for the modal background color, let's make the input 0, and then this will be black, and this also be black. And let's make this 100. For this, we'll make it equal to 0 here, and make this 50. So already I've done extensive explanation of this earlier when we were doing animation, so at least by now I expected everyone to get along with it, so we don't have to go through the explanation over again. So another animation we'll still need to do here is the second modal header. That's that icon, that second icon there. We need to also animate that, and so to do that we're going to use transform so that we will move it. So I will show you what I'm talking about. This icon, so the second icon on the image there, so we should be able to move it exactly the way we moved the initial icon, the exactly way we toggle between the two of them. So we should do that too. So we're going to come here, and that's what I call header 2. So I'm going to come here, copy this and bring this here. So I'm going to call it header 2. So that's for that icon. So for the icon, so when it's 170, take it around 170, and then this will be 0. So it start animating at that point, and then at this point it goes to -60. Then we also need to do opacity for that, just the same way we did opacity. We pass opacity for. So we'll come here, and then let's take the opacity. Yes, this opacity. So we're going to bring it down here. Now let me just bring it close to this, and then we're going to pass the opacity. So we're going to say modal opacity, limit modal opacity, modal opacity. So when it's at 250, opacity will be 1, and when it's at 350, it will be 0. So that's it. And then what more do we need to do? Then we also need the height. We also need to animate the height for the modal header 2, so that the height will not remain when we scroll. So I'm just going to copy this. Let's modal header, animate modal header 2 height. Yes, let's call it modal header 2 height. So we need to animate the modal header 2 height, and then no, let's copy the height here, modal header 2. So we need to copy this. And then we're going to make this 150, make this 200, we'll make it 32. So we're good to go. So we'll just go ahead and pass all the modal items, all the animations to their respective animated views. So we'll come here, this is where it started from. So here we're going to pass the array of styles, an array of style. So we're going to pass animate modal header 1 here. And then before we also do that, so it's supposed to be here, we need to go to our scroll view and pass the event function. Now we need to make it active, so to target the modal scroll Y. So we'll just come here and say modal. Let's just add modal to this. Modal new offset Y, and then we're going to set modal scroll Y. So set modal scroll Y to modal new offset. So we're going to set it to modal new offset, and then our modal last offset Y. Okay, I think we use modal offset value rather. So our modal of the offset value dot current will be equal to our modal new offset y. So we're good to go. We don't need this here. So let's save it. So let's go back to our animations here. So animate modal 1. So for this now we'll pass the style into it. So we'll pass the style and we'll pass background color. We'll pass background color and it will be equal to animate modal. So it will be equal to animate modal background color. Then the height will be equal to animate modal height. Animate modal height. So you can see it's off. So if we bring it now, see it's coming. This is beautiful, isn't it? And then it's working fine. So the next thing is we want the icon for the image to also what animate. So to do that, so we look for where we have the icon. So I think it's here, yeah. So it's this. So we're going to pass the style into this as well. So we can just pass array and then we're going to pass animate modal header 2. That's what we're going to use there. We had modal header 2. Yes, this is it. So that's what we're going to pass into this. And inside this we'll pass, let's pass the style. And then we're going to pass modal animate modal header height 2. Modal header height 2. And then we're going to pass animate opacity. Animate modal opacity. So let's check our modal header height up. I think we have an error there. Oh, that's where the error came from. So we didn't pass this to it. So let me just, I'm going to copy this, bring it in here, and then copy this, take this and put it here. So that's it. There's no more error. So we can save it now and everything is fine. So if I scroll, just see what will happen. See, it has started moving. It's moving and this closes it. This is beautiful, isn't it? It's beautiful. And if I bring it down, see, it's coming back. If I scroll, it's going up. If I bring it down, it's coming back. Cool, this is it. If I scroll it, takes it up and this takes it out. This is beautiful. So and it's at 150, 0, 32, 200. So we just leave it the same way, the way it is. You can add, it depends, you can change the number. You can just play with the numbers and see the result you get. So it's up to you. But at least you can see the idea. The idea is great, isn't it? And then you can scroll this and then you can take it back. So we're done with the animation. So the next thing we want to do is the add. We want to perform the function for the button so that we can select the additives we want. The user can select the additives. So that's what we're going to do now. So we're quickly going to come here. Let's go up here and perform that for the additives. So let's come here. I'm going to comment this out. So let me just add it up to this. So I'm going to copy this. Let's copy this. So I'm going to call it selected additives. Selected additive and set selected additives. So selected additives and set selected additives is going to be it'll be an array of additives. So it's going to be an array of additives. So we need to get that. So from our additives, let's see if we exported. We just need to add export so that we can import the additives from there and then use it here. That's all we actually need to do. So we'll just go to our, okay, for now we won't be needing, let's save it. We won't be needing this for now as well. We won't be needing this as well for now. So we can come here now, and our additive we just pass export to it. So we can use this. So I'm just going to say export. I'm just going to say export this, save it, come back to my screen here, and then we'll import it. So I'm just going to say additives and cool. We can now bring it in, and it's an array. So, and it's supposed to be an array here too. So we shouldn't have any error. The error is gone. Everything is fine. So what we are going to do now is we are going to look through the additive. So I'll just come here and just come down here after my handle additive. So I can just come here and say constant. So let's say constant and add additives. Add additives. So we're going to write it this way. So we'll need to get the new additive that we want to add. So the new additive, let's say the new additive, and it will be of type of additives. So it will be of type of additives, and we need to also get the ID. Or we might not really use the ID, but okay, let's just put it there in case we'll need it, but I don't think we will. So if we won't need it, we'll just leave it. We can remove it later. So what we're going to do now, we'll go to set selected additives, and then we'll perform a return function there, a callback function. So we'll take the previous additives, take the previous additives, and then so don't worry, the error will go away soon. So we're going to say const. So let's check the parent ID. So we check the parent ID. So to check the parent ID, we are going to say previous additives dot sum. So we're going to say item. Then we're going to get item dot parent ID. So get the parent ID and compare it to the new additive dot parent ID. Cool. So I'm going to say ID. Okay, let me just bring it. So and item dot ID is not equal to new additive dot ID, and it will say if checked. So if it's equal, we'll say if check ID is true. So that's the idea. You will understand very shortly. I'm going to explain everything. So let me just continue. Let me just write this. So if it's true, we are going to update. So let's say update additive. So we're going to say update additive equal to, so we say previous additives dot filter. So we return all the previous additive except the one that matches the condition, the one that matches the condition that we just passed. So we're going to return all the item with parent ID, all the item except the item whose parent ID is equal to the parent ID of the new additive. So that's the idea. So parent ID of the new additive dot parent ID, and then we are going to pass a return function. So we'll pass a return function, and it's an array. So it's an array. Then we'll pass the update. We'll pass the updated additive, and then we'll pass the new additive. So it seems we have an error. Oh yeah. So we're supposed to close this here. Yes, so we no longer have any error there. else. I'll say else. So let's check if, so we'll pass else function if, so we'll check if it's present. We'll check. So we want to check if the selected additive, the selected additive already exists in the additive array. So that's what we want to do here. So we're going to say previous additives. So let's just copy this. So we're just going to copy this. So we'll remove this. Whoosh. So we'll remove this. So we want to check if the selected additive is already existing in the additive array. So we're going to say if it's existing. So if it's present, that means if it's present is true, that means the additive is present. So what we want to do is what we will uncheck it. So the idea is, okay, let me just write it, then I'll explain. I think it's better that way. So I'm going to pass a return function, and then the return function, the return method will be previous additive. So previous additive dot filter. We're going to use the filter method, and then get the item, the items, and for each item we'll get the item dot id, and then we'll return all the items except the one whose id is equal to the new additives dot id. So you see that if the user, let's say for example, if the user select the single chicken patty, the plus icon will change to the check icon. So, and as a result of that, maybe the user now press on the check icon again. So it will what? It will unselect it. So it will turn it back to what? Turn it back to plus icon, and then it will what? Remove. It will remove that that additive from the additive array. That's what we're just passing here. So if it is checked, and then the user now press the single chicken patty icon again. So before you add any additive to the array, you will check if that additive is already existing. That means the user is unchecking it. So that's just the idea. That's just what is happening. The user is unchecking it. That's what we're doing here. So else if is present is false, then we can now come on what and add the additive. That means we are adding the additive afresh. So we're going to say, so we're going to add the previous additives, and then we add the new additive, and that's it. You can see, and the error is also gone. So that's the idea. So another thing, the reason why we now pass the check parent ID, you know, the way it is now, you cannot select the two. For select your size, for example, you can only select one. You have to choose one. So when maybe initially the user already selected single chicken patty, and now it's now coming. So once you select single chicken patty, you will see it will change it from plus icon to a check icon, but the double chicken patty will still remain a plus icon because you have to select only one, and you know users can be funny sometimes. So let's say the user now is not trying to select, after selecting single chicken patty, the user is now selecting double chicken patty again. So when the user select the double chicken patty, before it adds anything to the array, the first thing it will do is to check for parent ID. So in any of the additives, anywhere you have the parent ID equal to the new additive, the parent ID of the new additive, it will remove that one and then add the new additive. So that's what we are doing here. So that's why we say it will check the parent ID of each item and compare it to the parent ID of the new additive. So if it is true, we say we ask it to what? To filter, to return all the additives except that one whose parent ID is equal to the parent ID of the new additive. So once it filter it out, it will now come here and return what? The previous additives, which is what? The updated additive plus what? The new additive the user is passing. Do you get the understand? Do you get the logic? But very shortly you'll see it in practice when we start implementing that. So we can save this. And then the next thing we'll do. So the next thing we'll do now is we'll go to our additive modal. So in here, where we have the plus sign, yes, this is it. So in here, we can now come and add the press and add what? The additive. So we're going to say add additive. So it's going to be add additives, and then we are going to add the additive list. And then when we add the additive list, we also need to, okay, let's just add, because we passed two parameters there, so we are going to pass the additive list.id. So the error should go away now. And sorry, it's supposed to be, we're supposed to pass it a function. So you see it's a function and the error has gone away. So another thing we want to do here now, we'll come to our feather. So inside the feather, we're also going to pass, let's pass style to that. Let's style it up a little and make it a little bold. Let's give it font weight. So let's give it font weight bold. Then what we want to do here for the name. So let's bring the name. So for the name, what we'll do now to toggle it. So what we'll do is we will get the added additives. We have selected, we call selected additive. We had selected additive. So we need to get selected additive, yes. So we'll get the selected additive and use the include method. So we use the include method and then we'll get additive list. So if it includes additive list, that's the additive list, the currently selected additive list. So if it's true, we are going to turn this to what? To check. We're going to turn it to check, else it's going to be plus. It's going to be plus icon. So let me bring it down. So you can see, let me just move this a little. So you see, so we save it, and if everything worked out fine, you will see what's up here. So if I click this, cool, you can see this is beautiful. You can see the chicken patty has been selected, but the double chicken patty remains what? Plus, and every other thing remains what? Plus. Only that one was selected. So let's select a double chicken patty and you see what will happen just now. Cool, this is beautiful. You see it has changed it. So it's on select the single chicken patty, and then the double chicken patty becomes selected, and every other thing remains the same. So if I select from another category, it won't affect, you see, it's not affecting what? It's not affecting the initial one. This is awesome, isn't it? And if I select this one, you see everything. So and if I select again, it will uncheck it. You can see it's changing it. And if I select the second one here, you see it's changing it. That's the idea. That's the idea we're using here. So let's see if it's actually added to. Let's check our selected additives and see if it's added. So let's console. What we can do here is console. Where's our selected additive? Yes, it's here. So we can see console.log. Let's call it selected. My selected additive. My selected additives, and then I'm going to pass selected additives. So if you can see this is beautiful, isn't it? And you can see we have only the fried rice jumbo. That's what was selected, and you can see that's what we have here. Only the fried rice jumbo is what we have. So if I select, let me change it now and select spaghetti, it will change. You can see it has changed towards singles. Where's it? Okay, so we selected single chicken. We have single chicken patty, and then we have what? Spaghetti. You can see spaghetti down here. So if I change this to double, you can see it will substitute it. So we have spaghetti is now the first on the list, and then we have double chicken patty, and this is beautiful, isn't it? So we'll continue. So the next thing we want to do now is we want to add the quantity section where we can increase and decrease the quantity. So to do that, we're going to come out of this place and let's use view, and that view we're going to give it a style. Let's give it a style. Let's style that up, and then let's give it margin vertical of 10. Let's give it flex direction of row. So we have align items. Let's make it center. Then justify content. Let's bring justify content here. It's also center. Then let's add padding vertical. Let's give padding vertical of 5. Let's give it border radius. Let's give it border radius of 5, and then margin top. So let's give margin top of 10. Then margin bottom. Let's give margin bottom of 90. So inside here, we'll get a pressable. Inside this pressable, let's give it star. Let's give it background color. Let's use RGB. So RGB. So we're going to say 100. Let's give it 100, 100, 100, and then let's make it 0.4. Let's give a padding of 10. Height, let's make height, let's give it a height 10. Let's make it height 44. Then width 44 as well. And then border radius. So we'll give a border radius of, let's give a border radius of 30. So inside here we'll bring an design. Let's give it name minus. Size. Let's give a size of 24. And then color. Let's give it color of white. Then let's add style to it too. Let's give it font weight of bold. So let's save that. Let me scroll down. You can see that's what we've been doing since. So let's add the next one. So let me just copy this pressable and make adjustment to it. So here we're going to render text instead so that we can display the quantity. So we're going to say text. So let's give it star. Just give a color of white. Then let's give it font weight. Let's make it bold. And then we give a font size. So give a font size of 16. So for now, let's just put 1 there. We'll come back to it later. You can see. So let's work on the style. Let's remove all this. We don't want it to have background color. Let's give it padding. Let's give a padding horizontal of 10 and then padding vertical. So we'll give padding vertical. Let's give a padding vertical of 6. Let's see what comes up. So cool. I think it's better this way. So we'll come to the next one. Let's copy and then drop this again. So inside here we'll just change this to plus. Cool. This is beautiful, isn't it? That's all we need to do there. So before we continue, we're going to use this. Let's write the function to increase and decrease the quantity. So let's come here and so we'll come here. Let's say const. I'll call it quantity count and then set queue count. Let's say set queue count and let's just use state. And the initial state will be 1 and it will be of number. So just come here and say, so let's write for the increase quantity. So this will be increase quantity. So we're going to set queue count. So I'll get a callback function from it. So we'll get the previous quantity. There's a previous quantity. So we're going to say previous quantity plus 1. So we're going to say previous quantity plus 1, and that's all we need to do there. So anytime they press the increase quantity function will run, and it will increase the quantity by 1. So the previous quantity plus 1. And then we can just come here. Let's copy this and do for decrease the quantity. So we're going to write decrease quantity. So decrease quantity, before it decreased, we need to check. So we'll write an if condition and then we'll say if quantity count. We need to check the quantity count. If it's not equal to 1, So if it's not equal to 1, then so that means if it's equal to 1, it won't run because the default quantity should be 1. So we're going to cut this. So let's move this inside there. So if the quantity is not equal to 1, then it will what? It will reduce it. But once it's equal to 1, it will stop running. So that's just the idea. So we'll use this as minus. That's all. So we can save it. So let's go back to our Modal. So if I come here now to this pressable, this is for the minus button. So I'm going to add the onPress to it. So onPress, we're going to run the function to decrease the quantity. So I'm just going to copy this and add it to this as well, and then this will be increased quantity. No, I'm going to add it to this. And in here we're going to bring in the quantity. So we'll bring in the quantity count. That's it. So if we save it now, and then when I increase the quantity, see the quantity count is changing. If I increase it, it's changing. So it's 1 and it's no longer working. It's just stopped there. So that's the idea. So the next thing now, we want to add this to our additive so we can get the additive total, and if the quantity of the additive is increased after selection, it will add everything up. So we want to perform that function. Let's run that function to do all the calculation. But before we do that, we want to display the total as well, so that the same way we displayed it for our restaurant screen earlier. So we'll just go there and copy the total there and make adjustment to it. So let me come to the total. Yes, this total, we need to copy it. So I'll just copy everything here. And then I'll come out of the scroll view. So bring it here. And in here, we're going to render something else. So we're going to calculate our additive differently. Then we will now consolidate everything later. So to do that, I'll go back and declare. So I'll get the total price for the additives. So I'll come here. So I'm going to say const. Let's say const additive total. Let's call it additive total. Let's get the total for the additive. And then we are going to get the selected additives. We're going to map through the selected additive because it can be undefined for some items, for some menu items. So we're going to get the item, and then for each of the item, so we'll get the price because the price can also be undefined. So we have to pass the optional chain into that. And there's this operator. So because when the price is undefined, so we'll pass it to it. So if it's undefined, you make it what? 0. Price will be 0. So if it's undefined, that's what it just means, that double question mark. So if the price is undefined, that means price is 0. So that's what we are doing. So we can now use the reduce method. If not, the reduce method won't work. So we will say current, then previous, and then we'll return the current plus the previous. And as usual, we'll make the initial value equal to 0, and you can see there's no error. So everything is working fine. So we'll come here, let's get the subtotal. So the subtotal will be the additive total. And then we'll get from our result. No, not from our, where is it? Let me show you. So we're going to get it from the selected menu item. You'll recall that from our menu items, we fetch the item, the menu item, whose additive ID is equal to the additive ID we passed earlier on. We passed into our additive ID here, which we got from here. So we already have that menu item. The details of that menu item is inside the selected menu item. So that's what we're going to use. So we'll come here. So we'll come here to get our subtotal now. The subtotal now will be the total price of the additive total, the the total of additive total, and then the price of the menu item itself. So to do that, so we can now get what the price of the menu item from the selected menu item, and then if we do it, you will see, you see it's bringing the details. So we have the price. So we have the price. So what we can do is we'll put it in a bracket. So we have a selected menu item, and then we have to pass the optional chain into, and then we'll pass the price, and we'll pass this to in case it's 0, in case it's undefined, so it becomes a 0, and you see everything is working. So we're trying to, we've started adding up the total price for this order. So it will include the price of the additive, the total of the additive, which we got from here, additive total, and then we will add it towards the price of the default price of what, of the menu item itself. So that's what we're doing here. So this two will give us what, the subtotal. This is not inclusive of the quantity if the quantity increase, so that's why it is subtotal right now. So you'll understand better shortly. So now to get the item total, so to now get the item total, so after the subtotal we can get the item total. So to do that, I'm going to say const item total. So item total will now be the subtotal multiplied by the quantity count. So that's how they did it. That was how they so it will be multiplied by quantity count. That's number, okay. So to pass it, to get the total price, so to get the total price, we're going to say total price, and then let's set total price. So we're going to set total price, and we would use a use state and pass, we'll pass what, the item total into it, and it's going to be number. So we'll pass item total into it. So another thing we can do is we will use effect, so that when the quantity is updated, we also need to update the total price. So we'll use effect to achieve that. So we'll come here, let's import use effect. So we'll bring use effect in here, and then come and use it here. So we'll say use effect. So we always get set total price, and then we'll set it to item total. So it will always, this will add our dependency array. So we'll add the dependency array onto it, and then this use effect will always reload, or will be updated every time there's an update in item total, because once the quantity change, it will affect the item total. So the use effect will rerun again every time the item total is updated. So we'll save these. So quickly, let's come down and display this so that we can run and see everything we'll be seeing since. So I'll come to this place and turn it toward item total price. So it will, so we'll come here and say total price. So if total price is greater than 0, it will display it. And here we're going to use, so here we're going to use view. I'm just going to bring this out, take this out, and use view. So I'm just going to come here, let's just come here rather, and then use our view. And let's take this and bring it inside there. So in here, I'm going to use get the menu items, and then filter it. So we're going to get the item.id, where the item.id equal to additive ID, and then we'll map through it. So we're going to get the food item, get the index, and so let's bring this pressable inside that. So come inside this. So we'll come inside this text. Inside here, we're going to say here we're going to say add. So we're going to say add. Let's say we're going to use the quantity count. So we add our naira sign, and then we'll say total price. So let's save it. So it's saying each child must have a key. So let's come to our pressable and give it a key. So the pressable should have a key. So the key, let's pass the index into it. And that's all. So the error is gone, and you can see this is cool, isn't it? So you see this is beautiful. So it's add 1 for, so it's listening to the quantity count. So another thing we can do here is we use the onPress function here, so that when the user now add it, we can now add it to the cart. So if I press, let's increase the quantity and see what will happen. So if I increase it, you can see cool, and it's calculating the total quantity too. And if I increase it, you can see this is beautiful. If I reduce it, and everything is working in real time. So if I come to let's come to our fried rice. Let me change this to fried rice, and you'll see the price will also change. Let me mark fried rice. Cool, and you see the price has changed. Everything is working in real time. And you see when I go to spaghetti is using the default price. So that's the reason why it is no the price was it goes back to default price rather. So if I go to, let's say for example, I'm using double chicken patty, which is 1,200. If I add that, you see the price increased. If I go to the single, it will remove it and it goes back to the default price. Everything working out fine. And if I go there, let's say I choose double patty 2,000 and I increase the quantity, see, this is beautiful. So the next thing is we want to add the onPress function to this, so that when the user press add 1 for 2,600, it will add it to cart. So what we're just going to do, we'll go back to our add to cart, the dispatch for add to cart, add item to cart. So we'll come back here. Yes, add item to cart. So we'll come back to it. So right now we do not need this else condition anymore. It has been taken care of. So we'll remove this. We'll remove that. Let's pass this to it. So this will do. So then we also need to remove this. Yep, everything is fine now. So this will come here. So we'll go to our, so we're going to use the add item to cart. That's what we'll use. We'll use add item to cart, and then we'll come down here. So this onPress handler. So we'll come here and we'll bring add item to cart. So let me uncomment it. So this is what we're going to do now. We'll bring add item to cart, and inside add item to cart, we are going to update some of the properties in it. So the first thing we will do is we will return all the food item. So return the food item, and inside the food item, so we'll take the subtotal. Let me show you our type check so that you can see everything there. So we'll update those ones because this product now has additive. So we'll come here. Where's our menu? Let's go to our menu item params. Yes, you can see them here. So we have the subtotal, the total price, the quantity. So we are going to update them because we need them in this use case. If not, for other ones, it will just update them and make them undefined. It will just add item to cart and make subtotal, total price, quantity count undefined. So come here and say subtotal. So the subtotal will be equal to our subtotal, and then we'll have the total price The total price will be equal to what? Our total price. And then we'll have the quantity. So the quantity will be equal to the queue count, the quantity count. Then we also need to update the additive. So the additive total, that's what we'll just take. We'll take the additive total. We'll take the additive total and make it equal to additive total. Where's additive total? Additive total. So that's all. So inside the food item, the additives will be there too. So, and that's all we need to do. So we save this now. If we save it, we'll go back to, let's go back to this. Let's go back to our cart. So inside our cart, let's bring the cart. Let's bring my cart item. So let's bring so you can see the cart item is empty now. So let me add this to cart and you see what will happen. Cool, this is beautiful, isn't it? And you can see it has added it to cart. So you see we have all the information there. We have the ID, see we have the additive total. So this is the total for the additive. So we have all the additives and object is there. So you can see we have the total price, which is 2,600, and it's the same thing with this 2,600. We have the subtotal. The subtotal is 2,600, and then we have because the quantity was 1, so you see we have the quantity, and then we have the price. So we have the price is 400. We have the quantity equal to 1. So okay, this is what I'm just going to do. Let me add let me come here, add the function to clear this from cart, so that we can add the one that has quantity more than 1, so that the subtotal will be different from the total price. So you can see that this thing actually worked. So I'll just come here. So let me say, so that we can just make everything work. So let me turn this to empty cart. So let me comment this out for now. So let me bring the empty cart from our reducer, and then we just leave it this way. So I'm just going to do it again, and then it will empty the cart. Now let me bring it here. If it exists, then empty the cart. If not, it's increasing this thing. It's increasing the quantity. To increase the quantity rather. So here, let's just say empty cart. Whoosh. Let's bring this down and then use empty cart, and then we can leave this one our dispatch. So if we save it and I press it, so the cart is empty now. So thank you, empty cart. So we'll come back to our increment quantity. So we save it, and this time I'm going to change. Let's use let's increase the quantity and make the quantity 2. So the quantity has increased to 2. So let's add the takeaway pack, so that you see everything. So everything is 5,800. So if I add it to cart now, let's add it to cart. Cool. So if you see it now, you'll see that we have the total price is 5,800 and the subtotal is 2,900. See, it makes sense. And then we have the quantity to be what? 2. This is working perfectly fine. So everything is working. So let's come to our cart. Let's map through our cart, and then let's get the item. Let's get item.additives. So additives. Then let's map through that too and get item. So let's get the item.additive. So let's get the item.additive info. So if we save that, so let's just come here. What we can do, we can map through it and then get the item, and this time we should be able to get them. So we say item dot, let's get the names. So you see we added spaghetti. Let me enlarge the screen again. So we added spaghetti, we added the takeaway pack, and then we added the double chicken patty. So we'll save that now, and we should be able to get them out. So it's only bringing the additive. So what we can do here, we go back to our types check. I may not have all the time to go and change all this. So what we can do here is we can also add selected additive as a parameter. So selected additives, So we're going to make it, so let's make it additive array, additives, and then let's make it an array so we can add selected additives like this. So we save it here so that we can come here and add selected additives. So that's another thing we can do here. So we'll come down here. Yeah, so we'll come down here and add, let's get selected additives, yes. And then we'll make it equal to what? Selected additives. So we're good to go. So we save that. So we can now come here. So we can come here now and get the selected additives from the cart. So from here, we can now get the selected additive. So let's come here. Additives added. So we're going to map through it. And so we still need to remove this. So we'll go to, from the item, so we can get the selected additives. Let's get that selected additives. So cool. So if we do this now, oh, as of the time we added this, it wasn't in the cart, so we need to perform that operation again. So to do that, let's come back here and use our empty cart again. So let's use empty cart again. So we've emptied the cart. Thank you, empty cart. So we'll come here, so we'll have it. So you can see now, so my cart item, so you can see we have what? The additives. So you can see the first additive is spaghetti. Yes, it was spaghetti that we marked. So if we, let me enlarge the screen. So we marked spaghetti. So spaghetti that we marked, and then we have the, it should give us a double, we use the double. Okay, let me just bring it up. So we selected the double chicken patty. So you see we have the double chicken patty. So it's the double chicken patty that we have here. See it here. So, and the third one is we have what? The takeaway. So we have the takeaway. So that's the only information in return. So everything is fine. And if we go to the cart, let's check the cart itself. So here, let's turn this to cart. So cool, you can see everything worked out fine. So we still have 5,800 as total, 2,900 as subtotal. Quantity is 2, and then everything is working out fine. So, and I selected additive, so it has 3 objects, 1, 2, 3, because it was only three additives that we selected, and that's it. Everything is working out fine now. So the next thing we will do is we want to display the cart item. We want to go to the cart screen, and from the cart screen we will do the checkout, and the checkout will consist of the user address. So we'll be doing the we'll be using Google API to get the user address. So, and then we'll get the longitude and latitude, and we'll get the user address using reverse geocoding, and then we'll do the checkout with Stripe, and hopefully probably we can also add paystack.